Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory a thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom and enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey, it's Julie B Deep Dives here with Karl. He's in the background and I'm gonna add him in a minute. We're gonna be breaking down, drum roll, the lowest rated episode in the history of Stranger Things. But don't click away because we're also gonna be breaking down the final trailer for the finale. So there's something actually interesting and not so negative to talk about. I mean, and honestly, there were some positives about that episode too. It's not a total train wreck, even though it's getting review bombed on IMDb and Rotten Tomatoes. We're going to be breaking down Chapter 7, The Bridge, the now infamous Chapter 7, The Bridge. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a train wreck when it comes to reviews, but I don't think it's a train wreck of an episode. I don't think it's that much of a train wreck of an episode. It could be a lot worse. I mean, I've seen a lot worse TV, let's say, and you would think this is, the worst piece of garbage that ever crossed a person's screen based on what we're hearing, but it could be worse. And today we got a trailer for the finale, and I took the fastest screenshots I could take. We don't get much. They don't show us much, just a few really short glimpses of what the finale is going to have in store. But those few glimpses are telling. I'm surprised, actually, at one of the... I won't say, don't worry about spoilers if you don't want to hear about it. I won't say like what detail I'm talking about right now. I'll save that for later, and I'll give a spoiler warning if you don't want to hear anything from the trailer. But let's just say I'm just surprised at one of the shots, because I feel like it's a bit too revealing. But I mean, knowing Netflix and knowing the way trailers work, it's probably deceiving. Trailers are meant to mislead us. So if it looks like it's going a certain way in a trailer, it's probably something else. It's probably not going where you think based on what you see. Just expect to be deceived. So as much as it can give hints as to what we're going to see in the finale, it can be the reverse of what it's implying. And we should always keep that in mind. So we're going to be doing that later. After we break down episode 7, we'll discuss the finale teaser, or I would just call it a teaser. I mean, it's really not much of a trailer. It's short, and most of it consists of flashbacks. Flashback scenes from throughout the history of the show. And it's exciting, though, to get a trailer for the finale and something else to focus on other than just volume 2, which has been such a bummer. It's been such a bummer to go over and look at all the flaws in it and the way people are trashing it. I do think the hate is excessive. I don't think it deserves quite as much hate as it's gotten, but I understand the disappointment, and I rattled off my own list of criticisms last night, which, I don't need to reiterate tonight. You've heard 2 different versions of it already for the last 2 nights, but we'll go through as we break down episode 7. I'll go through what I see as the highs and the lows, and you can share your thoughts. And yeah, was it really as bad as they say? I want to hear what you think, and what your theories and predictions are for the finale. Who could actually die? And I do think there are going to be deaths, at least one. There's got to be, no matter how cowardly the creators have been thus far. I do think there's going to be at least one death. So I want to know what you think, who you think is going to go. I'll share my predictions because it's coming, I believe, tomorrow night. I think it's tomorrow night at like 8 p.m. or something, 8 p.m. Eastern time, if I'm not mistaken. So it's less than 24 hours away now, the final episode of Stranger Things after 9 years and 5 seasons. It's been a crazy ride. I think it's been one of my all-time favorite series on TV, regardless of what anybody says about how season 1 was the peak, and some say it sucked after season 1. I disagree strongly with that. I think season 1 was the peak, but I still think it was a great show all the way through. Even now, there's a lot to still love about the show. So I haven't given up hope that we can still have a satisfying resolution in the end. It's going to be a 2.5-hour series finale, which is the length of a very long movie, and it's going to be appearing in some theaters. I would go see it in a movie theater, but they're not showing it anywhere around here as far as I know. So I can't, but I would if I had the opportunity. And with 2.5 hours, they can do a lot. I don't think they can do enough, not as much as we would like. I don't think that they can tie up every loose end, answer every question that they should be answering. Not with 2.5 hours. I don't think they can give us enough of Henry, aka Vecna's backstory. There's just no way, because they revealed that in a 3-hour stage play. And how can they possibly give us as much backstory as they should on him when it's just going to be woven into an action-packed finale? That's impossible. So I think that's going to fall short. I really wish that they had incorporated a special episode into the final season, a ninth episode somewhere within the, the runtime before the finale to give us Henry's backstory, just an origin story. And rather than take away from, the 8-episode season, I think it should have been a bonus episode, a ninth one featured before the finale. And then we would have had a lot more insight into the character of Vecna. But that being said, there are arguments to be made as to why they didn't do that and why they dumped so much lore and backstory into a show that most people will never see. You could say that they actually kind of reveal too much in that stage show, and it could cause the finale to be less surprising in the end, because they reveal some really surprising stuff about Henry's background that we never knew based on the show. And I've gone into it on previous lives already, about how he had a traumatic experience at the cave, and it was so traumatic that's why he couldn't go in there, because he never wanted to face those memories again. And what was the experience? It was when he first encountered the mind flayer as a child, and it invaded his body for the first time. Now, that could mean potentially that implies that's where he got his powers from. The show never told us how he got his powers. If you go back and look at season 4, he did not get his powers from the Hawkins lab like the other test subject kids did. He just had powers, and they never explained how or why. And so if you watch that play, or if you watch any videos about the play like I did, that explains a lot. He encountered the mind flayer at the cave, and it invaded his body like it did to Will. That explains, that makes total sense now, how he has these powers in the first place. And that makes you kind of cast him in a whole other light, if you think about it, because that means his powers are not innate and he got them from the mind flayer. So what does that really mean? Is he the real big bad? Is he the villain? Or is it really the mind flayer and he's just another puppet? I think it's that. I think it's the latter. I think he's just another puppet, and he's just got a god complex. I think he's, the greatest puppet ever made by the mind flayer, but still a puppet endowed with his powers by the mind flayer, and not from himself. They're not innate. So you could say that the big bad really is going to be, in the end, the mind flayer after all, not him. Karl, you were saying something earlier that I thought really made sense about how the writers, they probably dreamed up Vecna because they needed a villain who had an actual face.
You needed a mouthpiece at the very least to verbalize what the antagonistic force is trying to do. And that's, I'm assuming, why they came up with Vecna, why they sort of floated Billy is a pre-Vecna in a sense. And I think that's why they had to retcon that whole thing.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think the mind flayer was a terrifying villain, but it didn't have a face. It couldn't speak. And with a long-running TV show like this, longer than what they planned at the beginning, I've heard that they were only planning for Stranger Things to be 1 season initially.
If you want an example in like classic TV, Sudi, in Star Trek The Next Generation, the Borg, when they first showed up, they just spoke in all one voice. It was a big hive mind. It was a big enemy. And eventually what happened is they figured out that, yeah, that's scary, but they ended up capturing Picard. They turned him into a Borg, and they called him Locutus, a Borg. And then later on, the iteration became there was a Borg queen just hidden somewhere. Because you need that as far as storytelling goes.
Right. And I agree with that. So I think I think since they wound up stretching Stranger Things to more than just one season, they decided that they needed a villain with a face who could actually speak. And so they created Vecna. But at the end of the day, I think we're going to find out that he's just another puppet. That the Mind Flayer has been the true big bad all along. It's always been the Mind Flayer. And Henry got his powers from the Mind Flayer, just like Will has gotten his powers by tapping into the Mind Flayer in season 2. He all of a sudden he was like possessed, and he was creating tunnels in his sleep, and he didn't even know it. That was after interacting with the Mind Flayer. Vecna wasn't even on the show yet. I mean, of course, now we know he was in the background. He was kind of retconned in, but yeah, I mean, with the stage show that the Duffer Brothers wrote as context, I do think that the Mind Flayer is the true big bad, and Vecna is just, yeah, he was endowed with his powers by him, and that's that. But and he developed a god complex, and create, kind of turn into a monster. I mean, the fact that he was able to overcome death and become like this undead creature, this undead monster, and survive is remarkable. But he started out human. I don't think anything would have ever happened, out of the ordinary with him if he hadn't encountered the Mind Flayer in the first place. He would have just been another human being. So let me see who is in the chat. Hey, Bill Chill, nice to see you. Got 15 people watching. Thank you for being here. I think this is the third night in a row. I don't know if we took a night off in between. I don't remember now. But thank you for being here. Please hit the like button and help people find the stream. That would be much appreciated. And hit subscribe if you're not subscribed to the channel and you happen upon this stream later. I'm speaking to the replay gang at the moment because I do see the numbers going up after the stream ends, and I truly appreciate it. Thank you again to the replay gang for watching the stream from last night if you missed it, and thank you in advance for watching this one. And please subscribe again. I'm trying to reach 2,000 subscribers within striking distance, but I need a bit of a push. So anyway, nice to see you again, Bill Chill and Shadow Skulk. Always nice to see you too. Hope you're feeling well tonight. Hope everybody is doing well. Daryl, hey Daryl. Yeah, that was in response to the intro with Jim. Yeah, not many. That's not a sentence we hear much in the From fandom. Miss you, Jim. Most people were celebrating Jim's demise. I think Daryl. I think you're only the second person I've heard saying they miss Jim in the whole fandom that I've interacted with. It's just funny. I think Jim is treated kind of unfairly, to be fair. Hey, JT Moore, nice to see you. It's the worst episode. It's not the worst episode for me. I almost read that wrong. Daryl says it's not the worst episode for me. Okay. I think, yeah, I don't know that it's the worst. I think in terms of enjoyment of an episode, what was the least I ever enjoyed an episode of Stranger Things? And I would ask everybody in the chat, what's your least favorite episode ever? Is it this one? Is it episode 7 of season 5? Or is it something else? Because I can think of another one off the top of my head that I enjoyed less than this. And that would be, I don't know what number it was, but in season 2, the episode where 11 met Kali, patient number 8. And she spent the whole episode away. I don't know if that was the episode where she met her, but it was the one where she spent the whole episode away from Hawkins and ran away and was in some other, I forget what city it was, with Kali and her crew for the whole thing. And we didn't see a single other of our cast members.
Wasn't it like Chicago? I'm assuming it was Chicago.
I think it was Chicago. I think that was my least favorite episode. I didn't care for that one too much. So yeah, that would be worse, because at least in this one we got to see the whole cast. Steve suddenly became a genius. Yeah, who would have thought in the end Steve the Hare Harrington, would devise the genius endgame plan for their final battle? Who could have predicted it would be Steve who would come up with the plan? I think they called it Operation Beanstalk. And it was sparked by Hopper saying that, some sarcastic comment about how we don't have any magic beans to make a, in other words, to make a beanstalk and reach the abyss. Because that's, above our world, above the wormhole, the wormhole that is the Upside Down. And,
Season 2, episode 7, The Lost Sister.
Yes. Okay. Season 2, episode 7, The Lost Sister. That's my least favorite episode. But yeah, Steve devised the Operation Beanstalk plan. He said, we don't need a magic bean. He came up with a plan to use the radio tower and get up as high as possible, wait for Vecna to start drawing the worlds together as he's planning on doing. And then when the abyss gets close enough, they're planning on basically just, I think, climbing across and exploding. Eventually at the very end, they're going to explode the Upside Down.
Pierces the other world is kind of how he did it.
Yeah, and then they'll just go across and save Holly, save the other kids. They'll go across the abyss that way and try to, save everybody, kill Vecna, come back down to Earth, and then explode the Upside Down, blow it up. That part at the end, that last detail was Dustin's idea, the blowing up the Upside Down wormhole at the end. But Steve came up with the beanstalk idea, and it is pretty genius. Who knew? Steve is not as dumb as we thought he was. I still think Nancy dies saving Holly. Okay. That very well could be. I could see that. Nancy could die saving Holly, and Hopper could die heroically saving 11. I think that may have always been his destiny. I'm afraid. I have a bad feeling Hopper's not going to make it out. My top pick to die in the finale right now is Hopper, unfortunately, and he's my favorite. It's my favorite character, but I think he's likeliest to die. And I don't think Steve is as likely as we once thought, because at this point we've been expecting it every season, so it would be kind of predictable to do it. But I'm gonna have to put Steve at number 2 anyway, as second likeliest to die, in my opinion. But yeah, Daryl says they probably didn't kill Nancy's parents because they want her parents to mourn her. Oh, that's a clever thought. It could be. I mean, I still think it was a terrible mistake not to kill off the parents and establish the high stakes at the beginning of the season, that they're not afraid to kill people off anymore and in brutal fashion. This was the time to do it and to establish dread the way that Welcome to Derry did at the very beginning of its season 1, establishing how high the stakes were by killing off a bunch of kids. That's what Stranger Things needed to do. I mean, I don't think they needed to go that far, but just kill off the Wheeler parents, and it would have, like I said last night, it would have kicked off the realization of Nancy's vision given to her by Vecna at the end of season 4, where she saw her family dead, her parents, Holly, and then everyone else. We would have thought it's starting, the vision is coming true, and who's next? It's actually happening, but that didn't happen. So I think that was a huge mistake. and it would have given us someone to grieve, you know, like some real depth of emotion. And no, there's nobody to grieve. Everyone just skates out of every dangerous situation. So that's been the frustrating thing about this season. And Karen becoming a hero, an action hero all of a sudden, not only when she's been useless up until this point, but when she was in her hospital but clinging to life, and now she's somehow a hero who thinks to use the propane tanks to, you know, to throw in the dryer and kill the demogorgons. Or it was not believable for me at all. Daryl said Nancy has broken up with Jonathan, so that's done. And Steve's dream of having 6 kids with Nancy won't be there anymore. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think either way, if she doesn't die, she'll wind up by herself anyway. I think they're going to go that route, keeping Nancy on her own to find herself. JT Moore said 507 sucked so much more because it is the penultimate episode of the entire series. Yeah, that's what makes it even worse. On the other hand, penultimate episodes are often setup episodes. And this episode does a lot of setup for the finale. So you could say that it is functioning the way that it's supposed to, because it lays out their plan for the final battle. It sets up multiple storylines and gives us a bunch of, you know, lore details. And it is a good setup episode, but they don't make the best use of their time. The excessively long coming out scene, not the best use of their time. And yeah, you know, there were parts of it that I do think work as a penultimate episode when it comes to setup anyway. Doc says, hi Doc, by the way. Doc says, I am behind, but stopping by to say hi. I could probably watch the 2 I'm behind on and make it back before you finish the stream. Well, probably not in this case. I found I had more to say than I realized last night about episode 6. So we wound up here for 4.5 hours, which is why we're back again tonight, because I had planned on doing both episodes last night, and that just wasn't doable for me. But I don't have as much to say this time. I mean, episode 7 was mostly set up, exposition, soapy character drama, and after that, well, it's just going to be a matter of breaking down the finale trailer and talking final predictions. So I think we'll be out of here a lot sooner tonight, and I need to be, because my pain level is pretty high tonight. Daryl says, I don't think Hopper dies. They made it seem like he was going to die in season 5, episode 4, and it didn't happen. And I just don't see them killing him off after his fake out death in season 3 and him coming back. That's what I was thinking too, but I don't know. I've just been thinking about it more. I know they had their chance to kill him in season 3 and they didn't. And there was the fake out with the bomber vest earlier this season, but that doesn't mean they won't take him out. And there's a scene in the final trailer. There's a shot that makes me worry about him. But on the other hand, if they're trying to mislead us, then they might want us to be worried about him, and then he turns out to be fine. So hey, he might turn out to be just fine, and I hope that's true. I want to be wrong. I'm not like super confident 100%, like, yeah, I think he's going to die, but that's the direction I'm leaning in, and I want to be wrong on that. 11 ain't dying because they set that up too much. I agree. I mean, with this talk about her self-sacrificing with Kali, it's what we would expect now. So I don't think it's actually going to happen. I don't think she's going to die either. 8 likes. Awesome. Please hit the like button. Daryl says in season 4, the show was making it clear that Vecna was the Freddy Krueger and Nancy was the Nancy of Nightmare on Elm Street. And Nancy was the one who made Vecna retreat at the end of last season. That's a great point, Daryl. And he also gave her that vision of everybody dead. I mean, who would have more motivation than her to really risk everything to stop him in the end, than someone who's actually seen a vision of a world where he wins. He gave her a vision of everybody dead at the not a vision of love, Karl, a vision of death. So yeah, you make a great point, Daryl, and the comparison to between Vecna and Freddy Krueger is really strong. There's a strong parallel there, especially this season with the introduction of the dream world within Henry's mind and within Vecna's mind. Very, very Freddy Krueger. So,
but Nancy and Nightmare on Elm Street doesn't die ever, right?
Does she? I don't remember. I've only seen Nightmare on Elm Street,
like newer ones or whatever, but I don't think she died in any of the classic. I know there's that meta retelling, but I don't think she died in any of the classic ones.
Yeah, I don't remember.
So that'd be a bad example for her dying.
Right. Because I've only seen Nightmare on Elm Street once, so I actually don't remember who dies other than the Johnny Depp character. I remember that because that was a really dramatic death, and it's Johnny Depp, so he sticks in my mind. You know, he's the biggest star of the cast.
Oh, remind everybody, by the way, that they were watching Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
House or somewhere. It was on TV.
Yeah.
In some scene.
Yeah, they were. That was this season, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. This season, they actually had a scene where some members of the cast on the show, the characters were watching Nightmare on Elm Street, Dream Warriors. So the show definitely wants us to draw that parallel for sure. Jay says, I hadn't seen any of the series until April of this year in preparation of season 5. Season 4 was the best season. Yeah, I have to agree with you. And it's funny you say that because, well, I know a lot of people have been reflecting on how much better season 4 was. And so earlier today, I rewatched the first episode of season 4 because when I did my rewatch, I ran out of time and I didn't have time to watch season 4 again. And it had been a couple of years since my last rewatch or since the last time I watched. Believe it or not, I actually already did a rewatch of season 4 years ago. As soon as season 4 ended, I was sad that it was over. So I started a rewatch and I watched the whole thing over again, 1 through 4. So I've seen it twice. However, I had forgotten just how insanely dark it is. I mean, I remembered it was dark. I remembered it was a lot scarier, and the writing was far superior to season 5 in my opinion. But wow, I mean, if you go back and watch, I don't recommend you do it because you'll hate this season even more, and it'll lessen your enjoyment of the finale even more. But if you go back and you watch season 4, episode 1, and you have a direct comparison to the way season 5 has been going, you see what a dramatic difference, what a stark difference between them. I mean, it doesn't get darker than showing child experimentation and a massacre of a bunch of said children, a brutal, bloody massacre, and the emergence of Vecna in the very first episode. He already made his first appearance. I had forgotten all that happened in that one episode. That was crazy. It was unbelievably dark and terrifying, disturbing. I mean, does it get any more disturbing than torturing and killing children? I think that's about as bad as content can get. And it was true horror. This is where the show really veered into horror territory in season 4. And Vecna was an amazing horror villain, but wow, how far they've fallen since then. It's hard to believe. Honestly, I have to look at who the hell I mean, are the Duffer Brothers writing the entire show, or did they hire new writers? Because it honestly does not feel at all like the same writers. But I think they wrote everything. Actually, I think it always says written by the Duffer Brothers, right? It feels like it's not the same writers, though. Wouldn't you swear they hired different people based on the total, like the 180 that they did? And
I mean, they can slap their, they can slap their name all over it, but doesn't mean that they were physically in front of the typewriter per se. I have other people bring in concepts, and then you pay them for their ideas, and then you manipulate it to where you wrote it. So I think you sense a difference because there is a difference.
It just, yeah. I mean, come on. I've watched a series before that was done by a passion project team of 2 people. Dark.
Or it's the opposite, sweetie. Not to interrupt her. Or it's the opposite. They had somebody that was helping them before, and that person's gone.
Maybe
it can work both ways.
So I've watched a series before that was written by a duo. It was written and produced and directed by a duo for the entire run, and that was Dark, the German Netflix series by a husband and wife duo. And you could tell who the hell was writing it the entire way through. There was no dramatic 180 change or huge dip in quality of writing and tone. I mean, so I don't understand. It's like the Duffer Brothers, got brain transplants or something and then like lost their creativity. I don't see how this is possible.
Anyone who's a fan of Game of Thrones sees the drop off between season 4 onward. That's because what happened. Not the main writer, but the creative consultant of George R.R. Martin himself leaves after that season. And the drop off is like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can usually trace big changes like this in changes to the staff, changes to the directors, the writing team, and so I don't understand how it could be the Duffer Brothers the whole way through. And it's like, okay, they must have fired their staff and hired interns to write this.
Yeah.
That's how it feels in season 5 at times. So, yeah, I mean, I don't understand it. Daryl says Nancy's storyline with Jonathan is wrapped up, and her dying will wrap up the story of Steve wanting to be with her and Nancy looking at Holly and not being able to help her. And the other stuff I mentioned, I think Nancy dies. Well, you've made a really strong case for that. So I could see that. And that would be a surprise. That would be something not everyone's been predicting. So I could see that being a strong choice. And Daryl also says season 4 is his favorite. Hey there, Shushi1122. Yeah, I think there's been an excessive amount of hate dumped on this season. I'm all love, no more hate. I don't hate it at all. I have strong criticisms of it, but I don't hate it. I think there is too much hate, and I don't like to see a lot of the mean-spirited hate out there, especially towards Noah Schnapp, who plays Will. I feel bad for him. I feel sorry for him and the backlash he's probably receiving. People probably blaming him for ruining the show, and people attacking Millie Bobby Brown and making fun of her lip fillers and her, possible Botox. I mean, because her face seems kind of frozen this season. I don't know, but I've criticized her acting this season because I don't think it's been top tier. I think her acting has been weak this season, but I'm not going to make fun of her appearance. That's just mean. I'm not going to go on YouTube and make fun of her appearance like I've seen other creators do, and I've seen people on social media posting, memes to make fun of her. Things like that. That's taking it too far. Daryl says the show was meant to be 1 season, and then when they decided to have more seasons, they started planning the Vecna stuff. See, that's it. There you go. They needed a villain with a face, to go the long haul. That makes total sense to me. Jay says a huge unanswered plot hole is where was Kali/8 in the season 4 lab flashback when Henry was unaliving all of the other numbers? Wasn't she there? We just watched that. I thought she was there. I thought there was a dark-skinned girl there.
There was, yeah. There was one. Not that they said that was her, but there was one sitting at a table. I don't know if that one died or whatever, but
now
there was somebody there.
Yeah, if you look at season 4, episode 1, we just rewatched that. And there was a dark-skinned child who could be Kali, but I have to go back and look at it again and see what I think about it. But if she's not there, then yes, that would be a huge plot hole. Absolutely. Hey, Susie, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Daryl says, even if the finale sucks, the show as a whole has been good. 100% agree. I don't think that, this season has in any way ruined the whole show. I think it's always going to be one of my favorites. Jay says, when or will we ever get the Mind Flayer's origin story, motivations, and goals? I wish we would. I don't think we will. I don't think we will because we don't have time now in the final episode, unless they do a spinoff, which I've heard maybe something they want to do, but I'm not sure. I don't know if anyone's watched any interviews from the Duffer Brothers, if they've mentioned any plans for spinoffs. I really would love to know that, Jay, because the Mind Flayer is such a huge mystery, and I'm disappointed that we've had no Mind Flayer yet this whole season. I'm really surprised and disappointed that they haven't included the Mind Flayer as part of season 5 as of yet. I don't get it. That's been such an important part of the show, and I'm pretty sure that's where Vecna gets his powers from originally, where he got them from. Susie had said, I can't remember. I think that's when I asked what your least favorite episode is. I didn't realize there were this many messages in the chat. I think I was rambling for too long. Daryl says, episodes I like less than season 5, episode 7 are a few from seasons 1 and 2. Let's see. Susie says, I don't really like the 3 split up episodes thing. I wish it was 2, kinda. If you're talking about season 5 dropping 3 chunks, I'm glad that they did 3 chunks, the finale all by itself. It gave us a chance to breathe in between. I liked having a break in between 2 sections, or 3 sections. Hopper says, Hopper ain't dying. I'm confident about that. Same goes for Steve. Dustin's scene of not wanting Steve to die like Eddie confirmed Steve ain't dying. Yeah, they had their, They had their chance to kill Steve off with that ladder that Dustin stopped him from getting on. And I think that near death moment in the 6th episode, that makes it less likely he's going to die, because it would feel kind of redundant now if they kill him after he very nearly died just a couple episodes back. So yeah, I think Steve has a good shot of making it now after that happened, that near death scene. Let's see. Hey there, Akshay Speaks. Welcome. Bro, is Steve safe or not in the last episode? I would never say he's safe 100%. I think he's less likely to die than I would have once said. There is something in the finale trailer that makes me a little concerned, though. I don't know. I don't know if I should say if there are people in the chat who don't want to hear details from the finale trailer, or if you've all watched it already. If there's anyone in the chat who doesn't want me to say anything from the finale trailer, I won't say anything. So let me know, Karl, if anyone says they don't, and I won't say a word.
Yeah, here, I'll look at the chat. Oh, nobody said
Because I'm not caught up with the chat yet. But I'll
Jill says bye, Hopper.
we're gonna be breaking down the finale trailer after we break down episode 7. But in case there's anybody who doesn't want in case there's anyone who doesn't want to hear details from the finale trailer, I'm gonna warn people before I show those images a little bit later. Yeah, I think Steve might actually make it, but I don't know. I still say that he's on the unsafe list.
Like I said, his hair needs to be saved at all costs for national security and all that stuff.
Yeah. Save Steve's hair at the very least. Save Steve, yes. Hopper is my favorite character, but Steve is probably my number 2 favorite. Daryl says Hopper's fake out death at the end of season 3, then spending all of season 4 getting him back, and then the show acting like he was going to die in season 5, episode 4. It's so obvious at this point that Hopper ain't dying.
Or is he?
Or is he? Yeah, I hope that's true. I don't know what to think. I don't know whether to really believe what I saw in the finale trailer or not, because they're probably trying to mislead us. They know that we're going to pause it and dissect the frames. So
that's why they didn't allow you even to slow it down.
Yeah, you can't slow down the trailer. I tried to slow down the speed on the trailer so that I could take better screenshots, and it wouldn't let me. There's no option to slow it down. Akshay Speaks says, hi, let's see. Hi, bro. Do you need a video editor? I can edit your video free of cost because you are my fave. Oh, well, that's really sweet of you. Thank you. I don't know how to edit videos, to be honest. I mean, I know how to edit out mistakes, but I don't know how to edit in clips. And I've always wanted to make more sophisticated videos where I show clips, but I don't know how to do that. So, hey, if you're serious, hey, maybe I'll take you up on it. Who knows?
Join the Discord and send us some examples of your work.
Yeah, join the Discord. Join the Discord, and we can talk if you'd like. We have a Discord. It's in the description of this video. So if you're not in there, you can join, and it's a way that we keep the conversation going when we're not streaming on here. We also do watch parties for most of the shows that I cover. We didn't do watch parties for Stranger Things, at least not the whole season this time around, but we're going to be doing watch parties every week, continuing for Fallout season 2. So if you like Fallout and you want to join a watch party with us, I'll be streaming it as usual tomorrow night when it drops at 3 a.m. Eastern time. Anyway, Jay said, what would have made the will reveal scene somewhat better if Rockin' Robin started playing Diana Ross, I'm Coming Out, to underscore his long speech? That's great. That's awesome. Daryl says Nancy dies, Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Oh, okay. Okay.
It was verified by the Googles. I forgot that she got stabbed by him in that one. Maybe.
Okay. Well, maybe that's foreshadowing that Nancy dies in this too.
And which movie was she watching? Which movie was Holly watching in the basement with Vecna looking through the window? Remember, that's what that scene. Remember, it was that memory.
Yeah.
And she's like, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm down here watching whatever."
Yeah.
And it was the Dream Warriors.
Holly and her friend in that scene
watching motherfucking Dream Warriors.
Yeah. Holly was traveling through Vecna's memories, and she and her friend were watching Dream Warriors when Henry or Vecna first looked in the window and first, visited Holly. So yeah, there are strong parallels to Nightmare on Elm Street, Dream Warriors, Freddy Krueger, and yeah, maybe Nancy dying is going to be part of that. Jay says Vecna's Dimension X is equal to Freddy Krueger's boiler room. Nice parallel there. Like it. Daryl says Nancy dies. Okay, I think I highlighted that one twice.
He repeated that.
Okay. Doc says Dimension X might have actually stolen some concepts from the Netflix Godzilla anime trilogy. The people of Planet X / Exifcalis worship
eucalyptus, 'cause that's what I saw when I read it.
Worship a void Ghidorah, 3-headed dragon that lives in an abyss.
No, it's not. Isn't it like?
I don't know how to pronounce that.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Okay. Wow.
You need to get your laptop anyway, you know.
Yeah, I did.
Plug that in?
Yeah, please. Daryl says, I didn't even notice they were watching Nightmare on Elm Street 3 Dream Warriors in the show. This confirms to me even more that Nancy is dying. Yeah. There's a scene where I think Patricia Arquette is dying. She's getting killed off.
Why is that doing that, nerd?
It's caught in the loop. Yeah, there's
unbelievable.
Anyway, Doc says Stranger Things has a 3-headed Hydra that lives in the abyss / Dimension X that I guess is the physical body or whatever of the Mind Flayer.
Or whatever.
Yeah. They do have some kind of weird Hydra looking thing.
You got your Hydra right here.
Jay says the Duffer Brothers typically write the first 2 episodes and the last 2 episodes of every season of Stranger Things. Oh, okay. So that explains some of the uneven writing.
You got your uneven writing right here.
Bill Chill said bye, Hopper. Bill says all older characters are doomed. Hopper, Joyce, and Murray. Oh, so it's an ageism here. Ageism coming for the older ones. I would be really sad to see Murray die. Murray is one of my favorites. He's hilarious. Joyce is a favorite of mine too. I love.
I mean, Murray's kind of a
love Joyce.
coward, right? Basically, I mean, I know he's shown some bravery, but he'd get shot in the back or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's a gutsy person. I think. I don't think he's cowardly. Doc says X if Cal, like California us. What? I don't know what that means. X if Cal, like California us. What does that mean?
Is Doc on drugs again?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Anyway, I'm gonna open up my screenshots and start getting into the breakdown.
Let me know if you're gonna add me to the fucking stage.
Oh yeah, I will be adding Karl to the stage too. Hold on a sec. Okay, now I'm on the right device, so we can start breaking down the 7th episode, the worst rated episode. But stick around, don't leave just because of that. We're gonna also break down the that. Hey, third shift lurker, happy New Year's Eve to you too. It's officially New Year's Eve now. It's after midnight here in Central Time Zone too.
After midnight, we all let it all shine through.
Let's see. All right, I'm gonna send Karl the link here because I still haven't actually sent him the.
Oh my! You didn't think my RIP old people was funny enough?
Oh, I thought it was funny.
Didn't meet the scrutiny, huh?
It was funny. Where is it? Where is Carl's R.I.P. Old People? Right here. It's just sent you a link.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull up my images here and let's see if this episode was as bad as the hype.
Oh, sweetie, you know what? You know what Doc was doing? He wasn't on drugs, or I mean, he could be on drugs, but still, he was saying
Yeah.
X if cal, X if callus. That's how you pronounce what we were pronouncing as eucalyptus.
Oh, okay.
He was spelling it phonetically.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains it. I'm glad he's not having a stroke or on drugs. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so now I've got my images here. Let's take a look at episode 7, The Bridge. I think
Take it to the bridge.
I think the opening scene was excellent. So to start off, this was a strong point of episode 7, Max waking up. It was really beautifully acted by both Sadie Sink and Caleb. I can't remember his last name. Caleb something, who plays Lucas. Really emotional. Both of these, I think they're both excellent actors, and they did a great job doing an emotional scene where they both had to cry on camera. And to be honest, I have no idea for the life of me why Lucas is even this devoted to Max to begin with. I have to say, I had forgotten just how miserable she is to him, even in season 4. She's terrible to him.
She a bitch, homie.
I don't think they were ever happy together. I don't remember ever seeing one scene where they were a happy couple.
Don't tell me sunshine comes out that motherfucker, because that's the only way.
I don't understand where his devotion comes from. He must be some kind of saint or a glutton for punishment. Maybe he's a masochist. Because if you actually go back in season 3, Max was really hard on him. And she broke up with him, or as she put it, she dumped his ass. She wasn't exactly the model of a sweet, loving girlfriend, and I don't honestly think Lucas deserved any of that. Like,
well, based on his flat top, maybe he is like you said, a masochist.
Maybe. I don't remember. Like, I just did a rewatch of season 3, and I can't think of anything Lucas did to deserve the way Max treated him. I think she was way too hard on him, and then she dumped him. And in season 4, she was a jerk to him when he was trying to reach out to her as she was grieving her brother Billy. I just rewatched season 4, episode 1, and he was trying to reach out and be there for her, even though she dumped him. And she was so cold to him. And I know a lot of that was because she was grieving and lashing out. But I mean, all he ever did was try to care for her, and he didn't deserve that kind of treatment.
Yeah.
Not in the least. And I don't understand how you go from that kind of relationship to him, being this devoted, steadfast boyfriend, sitting by her bedside, waiting for her to wake up as if they had this greatest love story ever. And now when they're reunited, they're both so deliriously happy. When were they ever this happy while they were actually dating and she was conscious? The only thing that's actually made their relationship strong now and that they actually look happy together was her being knocked out. I mean, would they be this happy now if she hadn't been passed out for 2 years? Like, they weren't a happy couple until she was unconscious. So
maybe that's it. Maybe that's the key.
Yeah, I don't understand it. He deserves a medal.
She wants somebody to kick around, and he wants to be kicked around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At least that's how it's written. Should never let them get the vote. You know what I'm saying?
Excuse me. No, but he's a saint. He really is a saint for the way that he stood by her after she kicked him around. What was that? Oh, sorry. I was like, what are you showing me? I thought you were showing me that I was like my camera was on or something, and I'm like, don't scare me like that. I don't want my camera on right now.
What are you talking about? You look beautiful.
Thank you, but I don't feel that way. So,
well, I know I look beautiful, and I feel that way.
So, anyway, all that aside about the way he was treated by her, yeah, he asks if she can see and how she feels, and she's not in pain, and she can't really feel much of anything. She can't feel much, and everything is really bright. But look at this guy. He's a saint. He's an absolute saint and an amazing actor too. Crying this realistically and ugly crying too. Like I think that's like it looks like I don't know if that's a tear or snot dripping down his upper lip, but really impressive acting by this guy. Yeah. I mean, so many women would kill for that kind of devotion and don't get it no matter how kind they are and compassionate they are. And she kicks him around for 2 seasons and she gets this saint of a boyfriend. It's just crazy. But it was beautiful. She said, I knew you were there. She better never treat him like shit again is all I can say. She saw him. She tells him that she saw him waiting and playing her song. And, that was like her anthem that helped her get through and find her way out. So yeah, that was lovely. There's zombie Karen there for some reason taking part in this reunion scene. Like, go back to bed, lady. What are you doing? You should be dead as it is. You should already be dead after that encounter with the Demogorgon, and you're somehow out of bed, just saved them from a bunch of Demogorgon dogs. Like, make it make sense.
It's because the real action hero woke up is what it is.
Oh.
Hey.
What?
Instead of taking down that whole cabinet, why don't you hand me that bag? I'll help you.
Hold on. Anyway, she said that it turns out the whole time she didn't need the song. She just needed him. She just
thanks
needed
a lot,
him.
Duffer Brothers. We've been hearing that song left and right, homie.
Yeah. We've been tortured with that song, and it's stuck in our heads forever now. But she didn't even need it. Finally, he hears a nice thing. This is like the first nice thing he's ever heard from his girlfriend. That's the face he makes. The face you make when you hear something nice for the first time by your girlfriend, from your girlfriend of 2 years. Or maybe 3 years.
That's like that scene in Eddie Murphy's Either Raw or Delirious where he finally got a little cracker. He's like, oh, that's the greatest cracker I've ever had in my life. Only the old people get that reference. She finally said something nice after abusing him the whole time. He's like, she loves me so much.
Yeah, so that was a lovely reunion scene. And then look at that. Look at that. I mean, he what?
Bill Chill's like, Saltine, this is a Ritz.
Look at him. This actor has been really underrated and underused by this show. I've got to point this out. I mean, he has so much acting ability, and what has he been used for on the show other than to be Max's boyfriend? Think about it. Like, they haven't given Lucas anything really noteworthy to do as a character other than be Max's boyfriend
and play basketball in that one scene.
Yeah. Like, Dustin is the nerdy, smartest one. Mike has been branded the heart of the group. I'm not really sure why. I don't really see why he's the heart of the group. I think Will.
Maybe the nose of the group.
Yeah, the nose of the group. I think Will should be more the heart of the group. He's the sweetest one. But Mike is like.
Wait. Was that a play on words? The sweetest one? Wait.
I don't get it.
You don't know what it means to be sweet?
No. Oh, I know. I didn't. I didn't know what you meant by that. Okay. But Mike is basically the leader of the group, and they say the heart of the group. I don't know why. Will, I don't know what you'd even call Will. Will is kind of the outcast, if anything. But that's his role to play in the show. Will is the outsider. Will is the outcast. He's also, I mean, look what they've given Will to do in the show. He's got powers. He's the sorcerer now. He was the one who was taken in the beginning.
No.
And there was so much attention on Will from the beginning, on Will's character. Now, what the hell have they given Lucas to do other than just be Max's, undying love? I just feel like they've wasted his, this character, this actor, and his ability. Look what he's capable of doing. His performance in this scene was spectacular.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was the anti-11, like in season 1, right? The sort of like, the one that gave the pushback on everything that was going down. I thought he did a good job at that because I didn't like him.
Right. Yeah.
He's obviously got some acting chops that have been sidelined.
Yeah, for
by
sure.
The power of the ginger pea.
Right. Well, I mean, before, even in season 1, he didn't have a really clear, significant role to play, I don't think. Amy, I agree. I think Mike is kind of cold. Mike is kind of cold. Will would be the heart. I agree with that. Mike is, he's got a big heart for 11, but that's about it. Other than that, he's kind of cold, and he's always yelling at his mom. Go back through the seasons, and he's always yelling at the top of his voice at his mom. Heart of the group, my ass. I don't think so. Now then 11 shows up, and she seems to have forgotten how to act. This is her reaction to seeing Max again. This is the best face she can muster. This is her emotional, surprised face. You're here. You're really here. I mean, you can barely just register surprise in that face. Her eyes widen a little bit. Her mouth is open a little bit. But I don't know. I feel like this was underwhelming. And Millie Bobby Brown has done much better performances than she's pulled off this season. I don't know what happened.
I hope it's true, even though it's kind of messed up that it happened. I hope it's true that they cut some scenes out, and that's why it's underwhelming. In that they've already met each other, like in the Vecna's mind or whatever Fletcher was saying last night.
Right.
Remember I was saying some scenes got cut out.
Fletcher said more than like half the scenes got cut out of the show, and 11 had already kind of seen Max in her mind, so that's why she didn't seem as shocked,
right,
as she should have.
Then they should have did what they call like a pickup. They should have shot her maybe by herself, having a better reaction, because that's terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. What? And this is supposed to be one of her closest friends. They got really close when Max I mean, when Max joined the cast, they didn't initially get close, but because 11, that was a weird season. 11 was in hiding then. But once they got to know each other in season 3, they got really close. And she should be more emotional than this. Max looks happy to see her. I think if you ask me, Sadie Sink has been a much better actress this season than Millie. She's like, you're here. You're really here. She's barely moving her facial muscles. I don't know. That was weak sauce, if you ask me. Let's see. Let me go to the chat for a minute, though. What I was saying about Lucas and let's see, Lucas and Max. Daryl said Sadie always crushes it. I agree. Lucas is definitely way nicer to Max than Max is to him. Yes. Max just always gives him a hard time. In season 4, I get why she was pushing him away. Yeah. She was traumatized by seeing her brother get murdered, and her grief was consuming her, and her depression. But she was nicer to her other friends than Lucas, though. I've noticed in season 4. She was still at least nice and didn't take it out on her other friends. Season 3, Max was too hard on Lucas, and I didn't get it. I agree. Third Shift Lurker said, is it toxic of me to feel like that's a normal relationship? LOL, young love is kind of like that, I feel. But what would I know? I didn't date till my 20s. Hey, me neither. We have that in common. I wouldn't know either. I didn't date till I was, well, I think I went on my first technical date when I was 19, but I don't know if you could even call it a date. I didn't really date until my 20s.
Damn.
Amy said, what the hell? I didn't know you were live. Hi, Amy. Pixie Vine TV. Nice to see you. Happy New Year's Eve to you, too. Bill said, yeah, right. Women are bullies when it comes to love. Not always. I'm not. Amy says, Karen has an endless blood supply. I guess so. Bill Walker Karen. Daryl, Max needed him. Oh. Bill said Lucas should break up with her right out of the coma. That would be messed up. Yeah. Jay said, is Lucas the 80s version of Token from South Park? I've never seen that, actually. I've never actually watched South Park. You know who Token from South Park is?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But do you understand the reference?
Is that a token, meaning
Yes.
like a token black
Yes.
character?
And so they play up that whole all of those different tropes and stuff.
Maybe so. Maybe so. Bill says, greatest breakup ever. Sugar in the tank. Okay. Highlighted that one. Yeah, Daryl said, from what someone said in a previous stream, that was Fletch. Fletch said that scenes were cut out in the season, and apparently there were scenes of 11 and Max talking to each other. Yes. 17 likes. Awesome. Please hit the like button and help people find the stream. Amy said Nike made custom 80s shoes for 11. Oh, that's cool. Check out Amy's channel, Pixie Vine TV, where she does gaming lives. So getting back to the breakdown. So Robin says to Max, you were being hunted by the demo dogs, and we were all seconds away from becoming lunch when Mrs. Wheeler came and did the laundry. And there are the exploded demo dogs over there. So the only casualties this season have been Steve's car, that engagement ring, the demo dogs, and a bunch of red shirts. That's about it. Yeah. She looks like The Walking Dead here. She needs to go back to bed. Max says Vecna will be angry. he'll try and find me. And of course, then there's an ominous shot of Collie's Debbie Downer face and making eye contact to try to scare 11. Max says he'll know we escaped. Look at this. You practically hear like funeral music when you see her face, and like
Requiem for the Dead playing in the background, huh?
Yeah, you hear like some dark church bells clanging, like at a funeral. When you see that face, she probably brings a dark cloud of rain over her head wherever she goes. I'm with Hopper. I can't stand her. Max. They ask Max Mike asks her where's Holly. Max is just like, I used her to get away. I used her to escape and then left her ass in there. I left her ass, and I didn't even explain to her that you're going to have to find your own way out till the last second. See ya, loser. I basically, she basically fulfilled the Kate Bush song lyrics. She exchanged places, made a deal with God, and exchanged places with Holly, and now Holly's trapped instead of her. Holly wakes up, and you see in the captions, mysterious slithering. Ugh, you already get creepy vibes. This is I gotta say, in a season very light on horror, this is a truly unsettling scene. Holly waking up in this setting, in the abyss on Dimension X, what the show is now calling the abyss, Vecna's world. She's surrounded by the unconscious children who are still plugged in to the dream world in Henry's mind. And I think that's got to be what the purpose of these things are, attached to their mouths. I always wondered what the hell this thing was doing when it was attached to Will's mouth and Barb too, in the Upside Down. But that was in the Upside Down. What was the purpose of that? I'll always wonder that. I mean, Will never said anything about being in some dream world in somebody's head. He never had any memories he recounted about his consciousness being somewhere else while he was trapped there in that state. So what was the purpose of that thing on his face? Was that the mind flare just tapping into his body and that's it? Like, I mean, it looked like it was pumping. I think it was like pumping like creepy.
Whoa. It's a family show.
I think it was pumping those weird little slugs into him because he was gagging them up when he got out of the Upside Down.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the point of that exactly? Yeah. And why is it different this time?
I know why I try and do that, but I don't know what he was. What? I'm sorry, what?
I don't. Yeah, so I don't know why it's different this time, and these kids are in a dream world, but they're hooked up to this mechanism that looks just like what Will was hooked up to, and it's really disturbing to look at. It's gross and disturbing, and the camera pans back, and you see her, her whole body trapped in this sack there. And she has to rip her way out. It's nasty. I mean, just imagine waking up and you're there. That's so disturbing.
Gagging, pumping, sack. It's terrible.
Mind in the gutter.
These kids are growing up so fast.
Mind in the gutter much. She starts gagging out the mind flayer bits. Pause. All of this sounds dirty, but hey, this is what I'm just describing what I'm seeing here.
PG-35.
So
funny.
So I think that what those mechanisms were doing, I think it was infusing these kids with the mind flare, exotic matter. We now know that this is called exotic matter, and it was doing the same to Will, and she's gagging it up. But I mean, the question is she permanently changed? I say yes. I think she and the other kids will be permanently changed and will eventually have abilities just like Will, as a result of being in this state and having the mind flayer inside.
No, remember that's what Henry said too. That's what Vecna said, that they have latent powers.
Yeah.
So maybe maybe it's like Sluggo Cola. They got to drink to get to unlock the powers, unleash the beast. It's like marketing for Monster. Unleash the beast.
Yeah. Henry said that they have dormant powers. These kids have dormant powers, and he's going to try to awaken them so that he can harness them to draw the abyss, his world, to Earth and merge them. Now, I think this could be, maybe this is a spin-off in the making, and that's why they suddenly decided to introduce all these kids in the final season. Maybe after all this is over and Vecna is defeated, the Upside Down is obliterated, what we'll be left with is all of these kids who now have abilities, and will follow some new adventures regarding them and their abilities. And maybe some supernatural entities will still survive, and the Upside Down won't be destroyed, and Dimension X or the Abyss won't be destroyed, but Vecna will. And so there I could see potential for some spin-offs. I would watch a spin-off. The only problem with that, though, I don't like Holly very much, so that's an issue right off the bat. I don't like her very much. I don't really think her acting is very strong. I'm not going to trash, a young actress or anything. I just don't think that she's ready for this big of a role. I think her acting has been over the top, like overwrought at times, and she needs some work. So I'm not a big fan of that. And I don't really care for Derek that much, but he is funny. So if this is what they're going with, then that would be a problem, these kids. And not to mention some of the other kids, if they're going to literally use some of these other kids, then they have a big problem, because some of their acting was horrible. It was like, really exaggerated the delivery of some of the lines. Like when they were turning on Holly in the previous episode, I think it was when they were turning on Holly, one of the girls was like, "What's wrong with you?" It was like, it was way overacted. And so yeah, they need to recast everybody if they're gonna build a show around these 12 kids. Anyway, so this set piece was really cool. I thought this was awesome. With the weird pointy, it looks kind of like teeth, all around, and those weird fibers.
Is that like the Mind Flayer's mouth?
Yeah.
And they're all inside of it.
Yeah, maybe it's kind of symbolic of that. The show loves to depict lots of teeth. There's Vecna hanging up there. That's what he does in his spare time, I guess. He's like charging himself up for his next rampage or something.
Mm-hmm. For the next person, he's gonna stick a phallic vine down their throat, huh?
Yeah.
Oh wait, it's time.
Yeah, it's kind of perverted looking, doing that to children. Holly exits this apparatus, this area. I'm not sure what it's called, if it even has a name, but she exits and she sees where she is, and it's the Abyss planet.
It looks like the castle from Dark Crystal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's really awesome. I think it's cool looking.
Maybe the Sketskis live there.
Who?
Yeah, you gotta watch that. You like Jim Henson? You gotta have watched that.
Yeah, definitely. That's on my list to watch. So I think this looks great. I think so. This episode, I'll give it points once again for set design and special effects. I think it looks eye-poppingly, aesthetically gorgeous. And there's this thing that they've been trapped in. I don't know what you'd call it. It looks like an upside down spider with too many legs. That's what it looks like.
Oh, it's a dead face hugger from Aliens. Is what it is, all dried up.
Yeah, it's reminiscent of that too. Creepy, really creepy. I love the design of it. So that's another thing I'll give points to. We're not just gonna criticize this episode. I think there's a lot to appreciate too. Yeah, that looked awesome. So yeah, Vecna is just kind of hanging out there, and then he wakes up. She really should have spent less time standing there gawking and immediately, tried to run away or something. But yeah, he wakes up and spots her there. Wait a minute. Why is this here? Well, hold on.
What?
I've got some screenshots in here that don't belong. Let me skip past them.
Oh, with the goop?
Yeah, we're already way past that.
Are we? For sure, right?
Yeah, I think, aren't we?
For sure?
Wait, no, we're not.
Yeah.
No, this does belong
Don't
here.
Don't psych yourself out, homie. Relax.
No,
take it easy.
Does this actually belong here? Seriously? I guess, wow. I guess this scene with them went on for so long. I thought there's no way they're still in the goopy room. But yes, they really are still in this room in episode 7.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
You never spent too long in a goopy room?
No. So Jonathan is trying to get out of the room. and then he gives up and they're about to start confessing more secrets when Steve busts his way in. Steve busts his way in, and he's like, I think their reactions are funny. She's happy to see him, of course, but Jonathan is just like, oh fuck, it's you. Yeah, you had to be the one rescuing us. Yeah, as someone who has been, a rival of Steve all along, it must be kind of humbling to be rescued by him. So Steve rescues, he helps Nancy out of there, and gives her the doe eyes, the heart eyes as she walks past him. Poor Steve. He deserved better when it came to Nancy. She took him for granted, and he treated her really nicely too. He was a good guy with her. He wasn't a womanizing creep with her. I watched it back, and he was always really good to her. Yeah. So so Dustin and Steve impart the information that the shield generator isn't really a shield generator. And they couldn't let them know because of the broken walkie-talkie that they broke. They said it's actually, that was exotic matter, and they found that out from Dr. Brenner's notebook, all his research into the gate, how he created it, what it really is. And basically, in a nutshell, they say that Holly is not on the other side of the wall. But and they don't know where she is, but wherever she is, it's not in the upside down. Now, how the hell Dustin figured that out just from a few minutes of perusing these notes, I don't know. I think that, is he really that much of a genius? Did he figure that out that fast? I think that's a little hard to believe, but whatever. This show will go down easier if you don't think too hard about it. And back in the abyss, Holly starts running. And she looks for a way out. She remembers Max telling her about Vecna opening gates in the earth that split Hawkins in two, which created these fissures where you could, pass through them. So when she sees that, she realizes that she can probably get through there, and so she pries the plates loose around it, and just hold on 1 second. Anyway, so Vecna comes moaning after her. I swear, I think he's a perv. This guy. It says in the closed captions that he's moaning as he's on his way over to capture her. She pries the thing loose. Once again, I love the art design. Points for the art design. This looks really cool. This red exotic matter. And she encourages herself. You can do this. This looked really cool too. The art design of this, stellar. When she goes through the hole, this is the upside down of the abyss, and she's there apparently, like, in the upside down of the abyss, gravity goes the opposite way. So you could see that in the way that her hair goes straight up like that. So, and then she starts to fall. So that's interesting. The way that gravity works is not what you might think. It doesn't have a normal gravitational pull in the upside down of the abyss. So she starts to fall. This looked really cool. She starts to fall, and then you see a bunch of falling rocks along with her, and the red lightning that's become so iconic. And then Nancy hears her screaming and goes outside, and Holly's hurtling through space heading towards the building where they're at. Okay, now this is out of place. I do have a couple screenshots out of place. Hold on. Then back on Earth in our world, our nerdy science teacher has joined the team, and he works on getting a signal, building a new telemetry device.
That's Snookums, right?
Snookums, yes. No signal at first. It takes some time, but then with some more height, some added elevation, they're able to make it work. He and Murray and Erica work together on that one. Will is really upset about his encounter with Vecna in the previous episode. He's remembering Vecna telling him, "You are going to be my spy one last time," and threatening him, holding this over his head, his secrets, the secret of his sexuality that's eating him up alive, and that's threatening to weaken him right before this final battle. We have a flashback to that. He tells his mom that if Lucas is right, today's the day Vecna's going to act. I thought I had him, but the truth is I never stood a chance, and he knew it. He's always known it. That's why out of everyone in Hawkins, he chose me, because he knew I was weak and he could control me. I was his vessel, a vessel to channel his powers, to spy, and to build. And he tells his mom that Vecna had shared with him he built the tunnels in his sleep. They didn't spread from the gate on their own. Every night he jacked into the hive and took control of the vines and used them to tunnel, infecting their world with the upside down. He said, "So many died because of me. And if I could do all of that, what could he do with 12 more like me? Now, I think that he's being way too hard on himself. You know, obviously it's not his fault. It's not his fault, and his mom tells him that. So I missed a few screenshots there, but suffice it to say, his mom tells him it's not his fault, and his mom is like, "You're wrong. You're wrong." I mean, he says to his mom, "You're wrong." You know, he's beating himself up for something that isn't his fault, and he wasn't chosen because he's weak. His mom is right with what she said in a previous episode. He was chosen because Vecna underestimated him. He underestimated how strong he actually is. Now, then out over at the hospital, so let's see. So Max says that she couldn't see where Holly was going to wake up, but she figured wherever Vecna was keeping her, it had to be in the Upside Down. So she told her to just go home and hide there. So they've got to get back into the Upside Down and go get her. And they try to figure out where the nearest rift in the earth is to have an easy entrance to the Upside Down. They realize that they're going to have reinforcements for their soldiers after the recent massacre. So they're going to have to be careful. And so they head out. And Karen tries to go with them, but Mike talks some sense into her. Mike and Vicky talk some sense into her that she's not capable of joining them. She's not strong enough.
Making too much noise, guys.
she's not strong enough. So
Why are you whispering? Huh?
Sorry about that. So he talks his mom out of it. And he promises her that they're going to save Holly just like they saved Will, but it's a hell of a lot more complicated this time. And so he's talking her down, but it's going to be way more difficult this time around. Now that they have to not only save Holly, they've got to save the whole world. So anyway, they're able to get a signal to connect with Dustin in the Upside Down, who's been MIA for a while, along with the others down there with him, and he relays that Holly is not at her house in the Upside Down, and that she, they've found her in a way, but she's not at her house. And 11 takes out a camera so that they're able to pry open one of these plates and have an easy entrance into the Upside Down. Now, here's a question. Why the hell didn't they do this sooner? If they had the ability to just pry open a rift anywhere, why didn't they do this sooner? And, she could have, I guess she could have taken out a camera at any time. Instead of, I mean, I guess the more careful thing to do is to wait for the military to do their runs into the Upside Down. So that's what they did. And then they'd have Hopper hitch a ride. So they all march into the Upside Down to retrieve Dustin, Steve, Nancy, and Jonathan. And I just have to say, well, they really took the horror out of the Upside Down, and it's a bummer. I don't like it. I don't like how easy it is for anybody to just waltz into the Upside Down unscathed. Where are all the monsters? Where is the danger? Where are the spores in the air that seem like they might be dangerous to breathe? There are still spores, but no one seems worried about them anymore. And the more importantly, where are the monsters? Where are the Demogorgons? They're just walking in like it's no big deal now, including this guy who just learned about it recently, didn't know anything about any of this, and he's walking in looking nervous. But I mean, come on, this should be a terrifying experience, and it shouldn't be this easy. They really killed this season. They really killed the horror of the Upside Down completely, and it's a shame. It shouldn't be like this. And the military shouldn't have. Thank you. The military shouldn't have been able to build a base in the Upside Down. That just underscores how it's lost its danger. It's not scary or dangerous anymore. Because we've seen that the military have no idea how to combat Demogorgons or Vecna. And when they're actually attacked, they're decimated by Demogorgons and by Vecna. And that tells me that Vecna just doesn't even give a shit anymore. And the Demogorgons aren't even there anymore. They just basically allowed the military to traipse in there and build a base. And they let these people just waltz in and have casual conversations and heart-to-heart talks in the middle of the Upside Down. That's been one of my biggest criticisms of season 5. But anyway, it was nice to see them all reunite. I was glad to see that. And unfortunately, Nancy had to relay the message that that she saw Holly literally falling from the sky and then getting snatched back away from them. That's a hard pill to swallow. She literally saw that. Nancy, she's calling for Nancy and pleading with her for help. I could see Nancy being willing to die if that's what it takes to get Holly back in the end. So I could totally see her being one of the casualties, like Daryl was saying. Yeah, she was just snatched back by Vecna. She said it was like that something had a hold of her, but you couldn't see anything. Yeah, it was Vecna. And then he just kind of like levitates her in a trance back where she came from, puts her back there, sticks one of those nasty tendrils on her face, and tells her, "Don't worry, it will all be over soon. It will all be over." Lovely. I felt bad for her. She kind of got ill-used by Max. She would have been better off not even listening to Max. At least she would still be in that, happy state. She wouldn't have pissed Vecna off like that, and she would have been, if Max hadn't intervened, she would have been in blissful ignorance with the other kids, just baking her cake and listening to Tiffany. So then the military, this military officer tells Dr. K that there was basically some sort of demon from another world that can control the monsters, move Humvees, and stop fire. Bullets didn't touch him, and nothing could. It wasn't a fight; it was a massacre. And this idiot, Dr. K, doesn't even flinch. Isn't the least bit worried about this new demon guy that they have to worry about, and the Demogorgons who they were powerless to fight off. She still has no interest in anyone or anything but finding 11. Idiotic, and I think that's weak writing. It's really weak writing. It's very tropey. Just wanting to use 11 as a weapon against the Soviets. It's a tired trope, if you ask me. Wanting to find 11 and then make more of her, make more people like her, and just ignoring every other issue, every other thing in her path. You know, this guy is right to question her and say, like, how is he supposed to even know what to ask her for reinforcements if he doesn't know what he's fighting? And she literally says, this is not a war, it is a search. You're not fighting anything. It's a search just for 11. That's it. Keep your focus on finding the girl. Stupid. Really stupid. She's like a caricature. Very poorly written, flat character, if you ask me. So, anyway, I thought Dr. Brenner, excuse me, sorry, let me just mute myself for a second and clear my throat.
I got a hold of you.
Okay.
You're welcome, everybody.
Okay. Hey there, Pelican012. Welcome. Nice to see you. I have heard one last time more times than I wished for. Yeah, seriously. I'm so sick of the one last time. Seriously. His lines are so repetitive. Vecna is getting down. It's downright corny. It's corny. Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's really annoying. Yeah. And his other favorite phrase, at long last. At long last, it is time.
Oh my God, is Vecna in the room?
Yeah, I'm so sick of that. God, he's become a cornball. He's a parody of himself. He's a caricature. Vecna is now a caricature of himself. God damn it. Daryl said, tell me about it. Let me see if I can scroll up and check in with the chat a bit more. Let's see. And welcome to the channel, Pelican. Please subscribe. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. I'm trying to reach 2,000 subscribers, and everybody counts. It would be very helpful if you could subscribe. We cover lots of shows like this: sci-fi, horror, supernatural, fantasy, and a little comedy thrown in too.
Mystery.
Yep.
Maybe Resident, remember?
Mystery. Oh yeah, I love covering shows that involve mystery and just shows that make you think, that you want to talk about and sometimes make theories about too. That's what we cover on this channel. So if you like that, consider subscribing. Hit the like button. That would help a lot. Pelican says they can kill 11, but please don't kill Steve. Well, tell us how you really feel. I'm kind of with you on that. Honestly, I like Steve better than 11, so I wouldn't mind that at all. Steve is in my top 2 with Hopper. So yeah, you know, they can take 11, but leave Steve alone. Steve and his hair.
Yeah, put the hair, like, you know, preserve it, you know, like freeze dry it perfectly in place like it already is, you know.
Yeah.
Say that fucking shit.
Amy said she's like Squidward. Like when Holly was in that contraption, it kind of Bill gagging and pumping. I should have said pause a few times. Daryl said Nancy the Dream Warrior will save the day. I think you could be right. Bill Chill said rate it PG-35. Hey Mohammed, nice to see you again. Oh my god, I'm so excited, Julie. I feel like this will be the episode of the history. Nice. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that fans are still excited for the finale, and it's not all negativity out there. Because I have my criticisms, but I'm excited about the finale, and I'm still a fan of the show.
I like that episode of the motherfucking history, homie.
Yeah.
Pelican. Not of all time. It's a motherfucking history.
Of history.
Underline.
Pelican said, by the way, Dustin is screaming in the last trailer. I'm afraid it might be Steve, though. Yeah. Also, in the Jimmy Fallon show, the Duffers make the Steve Funko Pop figurine fall from the table.
Dun, dun, dun.
That's unsettling, isn't it?
Funko Pops in general are unsettling.
Yeah, they kind of are. They're creepy. But yes, Dustin is screaming in the last trailer. And that's something that does concern me for Steve. It looks like I tried my best to read his lips, and I watched it back several times, and I froze it, I paused it, and I looked at the way his mouth is moving, and it doesn't look. He's definitely not screaming Steve, but it looks like I think he's screaming either run or stop.
Because it didn't look like no either.
It didn't look like no, and it didn't look like Steve or anyone else's name.
Here's the food I prepared for you, my love.
Thank you. I'm spoiled over here. So yeah, he looks like he's yelling. He looks like he's mouthing the word run or the word stop. With my lip reading skills. I'm actually not a lip reader or anything, but if anybody can really do it, if it's not too complicated and it's just one word, it's not that hard. He's mouthing a word, and if you just go over in your head, what words could he logically be yelling? Well, he might be yelling no, run, stop. He might be yelling someone's name. Well, run. The shape of his mouth looks like he could be yelling run, and it looks like he could be yelling stop, and he's being held back by someone in full military gear, full army gear, and it's not something that anyone in the cast was wearing. Some of them were wearing camo, but not like this. This was a full military gear setup.
Remember, they had you can see that they have the utility belt and some sort of other some equipment attached to it, which is probably not what any of the kids would be wearing.
Right.
So it looks like maybe the military shows up. And you want to tell them what I thought?
What did you think?
I'm thinking that the military shows up at that moment. So you see the Humvees kind of show up in the trailer too. And I think they grab Dustin and maybe somebody else, and he's telling the rest of them to run.
Right.
Like, go finish what we were going to do. Run away from the military. And this guy just grabs them.
Right.
And then obviously eventually I'm sure the heroes are going to win, but I think that's what's happening in that moment.
Yeah. Yeah. It's because it does appear that he's being held back by a member of the army, and he's screaming, and I think he's screaming run. So it doesn't necessarily mean that Steve is dying in that scene. So don't worry too much. That doesn't mean Steve's gonna die, but he is screaming, and so they might want us to believe that he's gonna die, based on that scene.
For sure, trailer-wise, I think that's the impression.
Right, because who is Dustin as close to as he is to Steve? He called Steve his best friend in episode 7. He called him his best friend. So they want us to be afraid for that, 100%. And just for the hell of it, I'll pull it up now. I'll pull up the image now and show you what I'm talking about. unless if someone here doesn't want to see it, let me know now, and I won't show the image from the trailer. But
Or look away.
yeah, so or look away. Oh, Pelican said, I love From series too. I will check your videos on that too. Thank you for that. Thank you. I would love that. I mean, From is our favorite show to cover on this channel. It's my favorite show on TV. And I mean, I built this channel on From. I have a lot of From content on here. So since you love that series, that's awesome. You've come to the right place. We are the diehard Fromaholics here. So I think we've covered this show more than any other channel in the off season. We've maintained year-round coverage of From. We normally do lives on Friday nights covering From related topics called From Academy Lives, but recently we've just had to take a short break from that.
Who's involved in that?
Who's involved? What do
Yeah.
you mean?
And From Academy.
Well, Doc Kaiju.
Oh yeah. Oh really?
Yes.
Yeah. Sexy Doc Kaiju.
Yes, of course.
Did From do anything for me and you?
Well, it brought us together.
There you
So
go.
yeah, From is my favorite show. So yeah, I have theory videos on the channel about From, and I'm going to be making more coming up as we get ready to as we get ready for the season 4 trailer of From. I'm going to be dropping theory videos and doing more theory live streams to discuss. As soon as we get a trailer, that's when we're going to start doing theory live stream talks for From and theory videos, in addition to our usual From Academy lives with Doc Kaiju on Friday nights. Pelican said, can't wait. Hopefully in early 2026, but they didn't provide any release date yet from what I know. No, you're correct. You're correct. No release date and no month or anything. They just said early 2026. But I've heard rumors that it'll be in March or April. I don't know where people are getting that information, but that's what I've heard, just rumor-wise. So, yeah, get ready for lots more From content coming from this channel. And we're friends with Doug Hughes, the man in yellow himself too. So we do lives on the channel with Doug. Right now they're not related to From though. His contract stipulates that he can't discuss From on live streams anymore, and not until season 4 is released, and maybe even a while after that. So we talk with him about other things, but yeah, he's, if you look you'll see a playlist showing our live streams with Doug, our many live streams with Doug, and his funny stories that he tells. And we also do a series on his books that he's written and shared with our community too.
He's a bike thief though, but he's reformed.
Yes, he's a reformed bike thief. Anyway, Third Shift Lurker says, I'm such a fan of this Fromily. I try to follow you on all social medias. Oh, that's so kind. Thank you for saying that. I need to be more active on other social media. I need to get on the ball and actually start posting more stuff on my socials. Anyway, Daryl said trailer for From season 4 most likely comes out in late January at the earliest and early mid-February at the latest. Basing it on when trailers came out for previous seasons of From. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so as soon as that comes out, we're going to do live streams, theory live streams, in addition to our From Academy live streams. So we're going to dive deep into From again, and I can't wait. Yes, we are the From community, like Amy said. We're the crazies. We're the diehards over here. We talk From year round. From season 4, let's go. Yes, Daryl. Anyway, so subscribe. Thank you so much. I just saw that now. I missed some messages. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm trying to fight that fight to get to 2,000 subscribers, and it's a lot harder than getting the first 1,000 was. It's a lot harder. I think From will help because I got the first 1,000 plus just from season 3 alone, when that was really hot and trending. Anyway, okay, let me scroll back up and highlight everything else before we continue. Amy said, I think Jonathan will die to save Will. I think that's a strong possibility. Absolutely. What else? I think I missed a few other messages. Let's see. Where was I? I missed a few others. Wait a minute. Oh, here it is. Mohammed said, so far this season is 7 out of 10 for me. If the episode sticks the landing, it's 10 out of 10. I'm going to miss Stranger Things. Yeah, me too. Me too. I think, I don't think I could give it a 10 out of 10 no matter what. But if they stick the landing, I could probably give the season a 7 out of 10. Amy said, I watched a weird-ass clip on Jimmy Fallon. They had a group of the dudes ringing a bell by thrusting. What the hell? That's weird. It's called the Westminster Thrust Ensemble. Mohammed says, I honestly, I feel the controversies have gathered an even larger audience. Yeah, you may be right. They say there's no such thing as bad press. Escape from Camazotz was a great episode. I think it was actually, it was a stronger episode than I realized based on how much it turned out I had to say about it last night. I wound up talking about it for 4.5 hours. So yeah, it was actually, I think, one of the strongest episodes of the season. I low-key feel Mike's gonna die. Oh, Mike. That's not a popular choice for the death list. Yeah, I don't know. It's possible. I don't know. I don't know about Mike. And I also feel Eddie is going to come back. That's been a theory for a long time, that Eddie would somehow come back. That would be cool. I don't know. At this point, probably not, but anything's possible. Daryl says Nancy will defeat Freddy. I mean Vecna. Yeah, I think Nancy could definitely play a strong role in it. Muhammad says, I think more controversies often create more hype. Yeah, indeed, that does tend to happen. Daryl says, Jonathan and Nancy are broken up, in case people in the chat didn't realize it, because I didn't when I first watched it. You're not the only one. I wasn't reading comments because I go back and forth between breaking down the episode using the images and then coming back and reading from the chat. So I go back and forth. That way I can, I can look at the images and then I can come back and see what you guys were saying about them. Because when I'm looking at the images and I'm showing them, I can't actually see the chat. Daryl said, but then I always come back and check in. I always want to hear what you guys have to say. So I do that back and forth throughout the whole live. Daryl says, if Steve knew they were broken up, he would have took his shot then and there. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he would have. He wouldn't waste any time. She goes through parts of the episode, and yes, like Daryl said, I go through parts of the episode and then read from the chat. Good thing Vecna brought her back, because otherwise Holly would have been dead. Yeah, honestly, he did kind of save her. I mean, she was hurtling from the sky, so she might have been dead if Vecna hadn't snatched her back.
That's right.
I mean, I don't know, unless the kids could have broken her fall somehow. Daryl said Freddy was a perv, so of course Vecna is. Yeah, Freddy was pervy, wasn't he? Amy says, just leave Dustin, Will, and Elle to live. The rest can go. Oh wow, you'd be fine with everyone else going. That is savage, Amy. I would say I would want them to keep Hopper, Joyce, Steve. Hopper, Steve. Let's see, who would be my top 3? Hopper, Steve, Joyce, would be my top 3 not to kill off. And then I would say Dustin after that. Dustin and Will. Those are my top 5 to live, I would have to say, for me. So, but yeah, good top 3, Amy. Daryl said the guy who played Vecna's dad in season 4 in present day is the guy who played Freddy Krueger, in case you didn't know. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, so another parallel to the Freddy movies.
Oh, the new Freddy though, right? The guy that was in the Watchmen, that guy.
Yeah.
Because Robert Englund died a while ago.
Right. Amy said someone's gonna die sacrificing themselves. Oh yeah, 100%. I think that we can guarantee that's gonna happen. Let's see. Pelican says, I didn't realize they broke up either when I first watched the episode. If they died, then it would have been so much better, in my humble opinion. Loving each other until last breath. I could not agree more. I think that would have been a beautiful way for them to go out, and it would have been emotionally impactful and establish that there actually are real stakes going into the finale. So I think that they should have gotten taken out, in both of them, in that scene. And instead we wound up with yet another fake out death scene, an almost death scene, which really lessens the stakes and the suspense. Amy said she didn't know they broke up either, had to watch it on a YouTube video. I thought they were professing their love. A lot of people thought that was a weakness in the writing, that they had to go on social media and explain to people that they broke up, the creators and the writers. Pelican said, I wish they premiere it a few hours sooner too, so Europe can have it today too, but we will watch it in January. Oh, cool. Where are you? Where are you in Europe? I'm curious. What country are you in? I love seeing people from all over the world finding the channel. That's always exciting. It's really cool to hear. So you'll get it a few hours later than everybody else. Well, that's too bad. Maybe we should do a watch party. I can't do a watch party right when it drops though. Let's just say I have other ways of watching the show, and I don't currently have Netflix. I can't afford every streaming service. I'm a poor YouTuber not making any money off this channel. Amy was thinking that was so sweet. that was not that wasn't a breakup scene. Daryl says Nancy will get Holly back at a price. And he says the old lady villain is lame. Yeah, meaning Dr. K. Hopper should have killed her. Yeah, she's a cartoonish villain. I don't like her. Amy says, I'm sorry, but the lady who's playing Sarah Connor looks terrifying. Yeah, she does look scary, Dr. K. Yeah, she looks scarier than Chucky with that look. She does.
I think she has Steve's evil twin as far as hair. I think that's Steve's hair's evil twin is what Linda Hamilton is wearing, that helmet that she's got going on.
Oh yeah. Bill Chill says the Hollywood gods want blood. Someone must go. Yeah, someone's got to go for sure. And yes, as far as From, we're more than just fans for sure. We are the Fromaholics over here. And Bill loves From too. Oh yeah, we all love From here. So if you love From, you're in the right place. You're in the right place, Pelican. And hello, Mohammed. Glad you found your way back to another live. And let's see. Bill says, word on the street, Sarah Connors came back as Dr. K to replace the T-1000 with Vecna. Nice. Yeah.
Pretty effective, I think.
Yeah. I think so. I'm glad that you don't feel so alone, Amy. I'm really glad, and it's because of this channel that I'm not alone anymore. Literally, you know. I was completely alone with just my mom and no one else left in my life until this channel, until this community came into it. Oh my god.
Ignore those sounds.
Oh my god. Okay. So Amy says either Hopper, Jonathan, or Nancy die is my guess. I'm gonna start a poll. I meant to do this earlier. I'm gonna start a poll and see who you guys think is gonna die. Sending hugs right back, Amy. I see that. Let's see. Who will die? And I'm gonna have to make a few polls on this, I'm afraid. So if your choice isn't in here, I'll make another poll after this, because this only lets me put 4 options in. I hate that. I wish I could make a poll with multiple options beyond just 4. So let's see. Steve, Hopper, Nancy, Will, let's see. Okay, so, or maybe I should do it like character by character. Will Hopper die? Yes or no? Will Steve die? Yes or no?
Do like a playoff.
How would I do that?
You create a bracket.
A bracket?
Yeah. So you could go. You could do Hopper and Joyce. You know which one will die, and then usually Hopper will win that one, and then he moves on.
Okay.
And eventually you get down to the final 4 or the final 2.
Oh.
You just have to maybe keep track of it like on a piece of paper or something.
Oh, okay.
You do like a poll playoff.
Okay.
That's an idea.
Yeah,
Or you could do it by 3s if you want to do less, or you do it by 4s. Like put 4 people. I don't know how many questions a poll can give you. You can put up 4, and then whoever wins that one, they move on, and that way you could have,
Yeah.
Here's one that people don't talk about. Is Vecna gonna die?
Yeah. Let's see. So I put up one poll. Who will die? Steve, Hopper, Nancy, other, specify in the chat. But I'm gonna try. I might try what Karl suggested and do like a bracket kind of matchup. But yeah, let's try that first. To start off, and I'll catch up with the chat now. Amy says either Hopper, Jonathan, or Nancy die. And let me say, let me clarify for that question. Who's your number one? Because you might think multiple people on that list will die, but is one of those characters your number one pick to die? Is what I should have said. Hopper, Steve, Nancy, or someone else as the number one most likely to die. Let's see. Daryl says From will help you to get more subscribers. The Instagram video of the wrap-up video for season 4 has reached 7 million views. Wow, that's amazing. That show has really caught fire. That's what built this channel and helped get me off the ground, as quickly as I did. So From is a juggernaut for sure. Mohammed says anyone who thinks the Thessal Hydra will be there. Thessal Hydra. What is that again? I don't remember.
Is that the mind flare? Is that another word for the mind flare?
Thessal Hydra. Oh yeah, that's a D&D thing, and it's a terrifying multi-headed Dungeons and Dragons monster resembling a Hydra, but with 8 serpentine heads around a central acid-spitting maw.
evil queen. Texas. I forget her name. Doc would know in Dragonlance. She's the queen of the dragons. The god of the dragons.
Oh.
Is Doc still active in the chat?
No.
He fell asleep on Planet X.
I mean, actually, I don't know if he is. That would be awesome if the Thessalhydra will be there. The Thessalhydra. I hope so. It would be awesome to see a new monster, but I don't know if we will so last minute like that. I don't know. Daryl says Robert Englund, who played original Freddy Krueger, is alive, and he did play Vecna's dad in season 4.
Damn. Yeah, that's what I was telling him. I need to start Googling shit.
Yeah. Jay said Robert Englund, he just got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Oh, cool. Daryl says Wes Craven, the guy who directed the Nightmare on Elm Street films, is the guy who passed away, and that's who you are thinking of, I think.
Oh, it must be.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he directed the first ever Nightmare on Elm Street film, did the story for Nightmare on Elm Street 3, and he directed another Elm Street film. He also is responsible for the Scream franchise. He's a horror legend.
Yeah,
Amazing.
Wes Craven is amazing.
Mm-hmm. Daryl said Nancy is my pick on who is dying. Hey there, Pixel Fruit YK. Welcome. Hello, nice to meet you. Hope you had a good day. Hope you had a good day too. And welcome to the channel. We're glad to see new names in the chat. It's always cool. So, I hope you are ready for the Stranger Things finale. Please consider subscribing if you're not already subscribed to the channel here. We cover lots of shows like Stranger Things. This is the kind of thing that we focus on here. Shows that make you think, sci-fi, horror, mystery, shows that you want to discuss, and sometimes the kind of shows that you make theories about. That's the kind of stuff we love to dissect here. And so we've covered shows like From by MGM Plus, Severance, Pluribus. We covered The Last of Us. That was a letdown. So yeah, and also Welcome to Derry, and we're starting to cover Fallout starting next week too. So yeah, if you like that kind of thing, if you're into that, then consider subscribing to the channel. We do regular live streams, usually about 3 live streams per week on average. And we also have a Discord too, where we keep the conversation going, and we do watch parties for the shows that I cover and for movies too. So the Discord link is in the description of the video if you want to check that out. And anyway, Pixel says, I think Steve is going to die from the Demogorgons, as Will would be hurt after fighting Vecna. Yeah, that very well could happen. I mean, I think Steve would sacrifice himself in a heartbeat for anyone at all on the show. I think he wouldn't hesitate to go out a hero. So yeah, it could happen. I hope not. He's my second favorite character after Hopper, so that would be a real bummer. But he's been like one of the most likely to die, I think, for everybody. Bill says Hopper, Murray, and/or Dustin for the death list. Okay. Yeah, I mean, making a poll is kind of too difficult for this, because the polls only give me a way to put in 4 options. So it's easier if I just read your answers from the chat. Let's see. Daryl says people are misremembering and are thinking the actor who played Freddy died when it's actually the director. Yeah. Jay said if Vecna doesn't die, then the whole show would have been a waste. Yeah, 100%. He needs to die. He needs to die for good this time, not just go back to the abyss and, who knows what happens to him. He needs to die definitively. Amy said, "Who the fuck breaks up when they're about to die?" I know, right? Amy, like Nancy and Jonathan thought they were about to die, and they broke up. It's a strange time to do that. Stranger Things. Yeah. Pixel. Yeah, I'm psyched about Scream 7. I think Nev Campbell is coming back again. And she wasn't in the previous one, I don't think. So, yeah, I'm really glad to see Nev Campbell, I think, is going to be back again. And I'm a huge fan of the Scream franchise. I love how meta those movies are. I love that meta, self-aware kind of horror where it's kind of a parody in a way, partially a parody of the horror genre, and also how it's evolved since the 90s. Daryl said, "So many shows have let me down." Yeah. It's very hard to stick the landing. It's not easy to do. So, Doc, you're funny. Pixel said, "Do you know Thomas in season 5? He is such a jerk, but it's hilarious." Thomas in season 5?
I hope you're not asking me. I don't know who that.
Yeah. I'm wondering if you have any idea, Carl, what that's referencing.
I've heard the name Thomas before.
Yeah, Pixel, let us know what you meant by that. I'm curious.
I know. Isn't Thomas Ethan's brother?
Yeah, but I don't get how that would work in this context though, because there's no season 5 of From yet.
Oh no, of course I.
Pixel says, "I don't like Steve, but hey, people got opinions." Hey, yeah, everyone has a right to their own opinions. Most people love Steve, but different strokes for different folks. Bill says, "Prediction: Henry lives, but Vecna dies." Oh, interesting. That's an interesting spin on it, Bill. Henry lives, so yeah, maybe somehow Henry gets expelled. Vecna gets expelled from Henry, and he goes back to being a human again. Yeah, that could happen. I mean, I think he's probably too far gone. He's like an undead creature now. But hey, you never know. Jay says, "Would you say that the Institute was better than Welcome to Derry?" No, I would not. I thought the Institute was a pretty weak show, if I'm being honest. And I was disappointed with Welcome to Derry personally, but I think it was overall a stronger show with better writing than the Institute. I think the Institute had pretty weak writing and felt kind of amateurish. What do you think, Carl? Was the Institute better than Welcome to Derry or not?
No way.
No. Okay.
Not even close. It was very much like you just said. Very weak writing, like little kids writing it almost.
Yeah, it seemed like the Institute was being written by like a bunch of like high school kids or something. It felt like amateur hour, if you ask me. Just my opinion. But Pixel says Thomas is the kid who fought Holly and said "bitch." Oh, to her. Yeah, he called her a bitch. I forgot about that.
Was that in season 4?
No, it was this season. He said in season or not he, but Pixel Fruit said season 5. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, he is a little jerk, but I agree he's a funny little jerk. And good on you for actually knowing his name. I'm impressed because I'm bad with names even of like bigger characters when they're new. So Jay says Vecna is in Henry's blood. That is why the army wants it. Yes, 100%. Bill says Henry will somehow live without his connection to the Upside Down and the Mind Flayer's essence. This is why the Abyss is involved in the finale. Okay. Yeah, you never know. You never know. Maybe he somehow lives on. Pixel says, "Oh, I learned it from Henry saying Thomas Holly doesn't shut up." Oh, yeah. Good memory. I didn't catch that. I'm really bad with remembering names though. Okay, so let's get back to the episode breakdown here. Um, let's see. I think I'm somewhere near the halfway point now. So here we have somebody with this is a recurring theme in the show, guilt complexes. Now here's another person with a guilt complex. Max, she already has been living with the guilt of watching her brother die. She felt I think she kind of felt survivor's guilt for that, over that. Now she feels really guilty about Holly, how she got out and Holly didn't, and she said she's all alone in there with that monster, and I was so sure that she could make it out. I should have stayed there, and I should have kept her safe. I mean, I understand why she feels that way. I mean, I'd feel guilty too. She also, I mean, if she wants to feel guilty about something, she should feel guilty that she didn't adequately prepare Holly for that moment. She didn't warn her and prepare her that they'd have to go out separately, and Holly would have to find her own way back home, and it would be harder for her because Max's body is still in the real world, and Holly is with Vecna. So, God knows where. So, Max knew that it was going to be harder for Holly to find her way out, and she should have warned her and prepared her for that. So that's something I think she should feel kind of guilty for. But I mean, she shouldn't feel guilty for escaping when she had that opportunity to escape. I think she was right to do that, and I don't think she deliberately used Holly to get out or anything. I think Max is fundamentally a good person, and she did the best she could. And Lucas is right that she can now be an asset because she's been in Vecna's mind, and she can help them beat him as a result. So,
she turned and she was like, run up that hill, run up, you know what I mean?
Yeah. She said that she doesn't even know where Vecna's keeping Holly, and Dustin says, well, I know where she is, good thing I know. But the real challenge is getting there. So he explains that, what he learned. He explains to the whole group now what he learned from Dr. Brenner's notes that he found in the upside down version of the Hawkins lab. I still marvel at how he figured all this out so quickly, just by quickly glancing through those notes. I guess he really is a genius. He said that Hawkins, so he said, this is Hawkins and this is the upside down. And he draws a little picture for them to visualize it. We've always assumed the upside down was another dimension opened by Brenner, but it turns out it's actually a bridge. More specifically, an interdimensional bridge that rips through space-time. It is wildly unstable, but held together by exotic matter, which we found dead center right above the lab. In theoretical physics, they call this type of bridge a wormhole. Now, this was foreshadowed earlier in the season when their science teacher was giving a lesson to Erica's class on wormholes. So Justin says that this wormhole connects Hawkins to here, another world that I've coined the Abyss. And this is also what we've been calling Dimension X. It's the world that Vecna has been residing in for years. It's the world where all the Demogorgons and monsters actually come from, the Abyss. So now I guess that's what we're going to be calling it instead of Dimension X. I'm not sure where that term Dimension X even came from, if the fandom made it up or what exactly, because they never mentioned, as far as I know, I don't think they ever said Dimension X within the show. But correct me if I'm wrong. So it's called the Abyss. And he named it that because it means a realm of pure chaos and evil from D&D, of course. They've named everything in this show after things from D&D. Demogorgons. Vecna comes out of D&D. The Mind Flayer. It goes on and on. I think there are other things too.
Total chaos, mass confusion.
Dustin says, I believe this abyss is the true home of the Demogorgons, the Vines, the Mind Flayer, all the nasty shit we found in the Upside Down. It's where all those years ago you banished Henry, he says to 11. He was lost for years, and he would have stayed lost if it wasn't for Brenner. So all this time, the show has led us to believe that basically 11 kind of created the Upside Down and cast Henry into it when Dr. Brenner experimented on her and she connected with basically she connected with Vecna in season 4 for the first time in the Upside Down, and in the void when she went into the deprivation tank. We saw that via a flashback in season 4, and we were led to believe that that's when she basically created the Upside Down, but she didn't create it at all. As Dustin said, science created it. It's a wormhole. And so all 11 did was just rip the first hole into it. She ripped a portal between their world to the Upside Down and the Upside Down when she connected with Vecna. And that's because of Brenner. And then she made remote contact with the Abyss, and the bridge formed all those years ago when she was a lab patient. Ever since, so Dustin says, ever since, Henry and his army of monsters have been using it to cross right back into Hawkins. So that's how everything works in a nutshell. We have it all laid out. The Duffer Brothers did what they said they would do, and they provided an answer this season as to what is the Upside Down. We never had that before. So it's nice. It's nice to have answers. I'm satisfied with it. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. If you're happy with this explanation or if you were disappointed. How did you feel about this explanation for what the Upside Down is and what the Abyss is and this whole thing that Dustin just explained? Are you happy with it? What do you think? I've heard some fans and content creators, specifically I've heard some content creators say that they were disappointed or underwhelmed by it, that this wasn't a cool reveal for them. I don't know why. I like it. I'm satisfied with it. So anyway, and also it makes sense. I think it makes logical sense. So I like that part, that it makes sense within the world of the show. So Dustin says that they kicked Vecna's ass last year, but he just fled across this bridge back to the Abyss to lick his wounds. And yeah, he's been hiding there all this time, and that explains why every crawl that they did searching for him in the Upside Down led to a dead end. They couldn't find him in the Upside Down. 11 couldn't find him in the bath, in the void when she was searching that way. And yeah, and also it explains why Holly fell from the sky, because she was falling from the Abyss and Vecna snatched her back. But then there's the question that Hopper poses, but why is he taking kids up there? And the show kind of holds our hand a bit, I gotta say. With all of these detailed explanations right here, they're really holding our hand and not, making us figure any of this out for ourselves. Will immediately gives us an answer for why is he taking the kids? For the same reason he took Will. Will says the minds of children are weaker, right? More easily molded and controlled. So he channeled his thoughts and powers through me to amplify his abilities, and he's going to do the same with those kids. Move worlds. So that's where Max says move worlds. But I think this is kind of holding our hands a bit too much. But Yeah, I mean, because we already, if we've been paying attention to the show, we already got that explanation. Vecna has already said on screen that he's taking the kids because they're more easily controlled and weaker. At last. And he's channeling his thoughts and his powers through those kids to amplify his abilities. It's the same reason why he took Will. He explained that. So I feel like this is kind of a recap for us going into the finale. Maybe for the people who are on their phones and not really paying attention when that part was already explained. But I will say it is helpful just to have a refresher on how all of it connects. Because it's a very complex set of revelations we've gotten this season and lore. So it is good to have this all kind of condensed into this one scene. And then they all kind of bring their separate pieces of what they learned to the puzzle. So I do like how they did this. They have various characters in this season. They learned things on their own, and now they're sharing it with the whole group. This is something that the people on From need to take a lesson from, because they don't share their revelations with the group. They don't have a town meeting and really strategize like this together. They need to take a lesson from these people. On From, people figure things out and they just stay in their own little bubbles. They don't come together and share all of this. Now Max brings her piece of the puzzle to the table, her revelation. Move worlds. She says that when she was in her trance, she found out that through Holly said Henry took the kids so that they would help him draw the worlds together. She said, I didn't understand what that meant at the time, but he wants to move the abyss, crash it into Hawkins, merge. So that's a key piece of information that she's bringing to the group now. It's just good to know. And yeah, that's part of his plan, that he's going to harness the psychic energy of the kids to help him draw the abyss world to Earth and merge it together. And then that sparks an idea in Will, who takes the floor, and he says Henry wasn't licking his wounds in the abyss. He was making rifts, weakening the abyss, just like he weakened Hawkins. So when the abyss and Hawkins collide, Dustin finishes his sentence, they become one. That's a little annoying, by the way they finish each other's sentences a lot in this show. But anyway, so yeah, you see all these rifts in the ground of the abyss. That's a way to weaken it, the way he weakened Hawkins, by opening up all of these rifts and doorways over the course of the last few seasons, and it'll make it easier to collide those two worlds together. He wasn't just out there licking his wounds. And 11 says he's remaking the world. So they're wondering how long this will take to move worlds, though. Is this going to take some time? And like Mike says, we better hope we have some time, because if this is all correct, we have to get 2,000 feet in the air, find our way into the abyss, free Holly and the kids, and kill Vecna all before our worlds merge. And if Lucas's theory is right, that's going to happen tonight, November 6th, the anniversary of when Will was first taken. So that's a lot they have to accomplish in a short amount of time. But like Hopper says, at least they know what they're up against and what they need to do now. They just needed a plan. And so they're going to go from there and develop a plan at that point. It's great that they're working together and putting their heads together as one big group now. That's something they don't do enough on From. They don't do that enough.
So let me see here. Pixel Fruit says, I hope Callie dies, aka 8. Yes. I'm with you. I hope she's a goner too, because she's certainly not being any help to the storyline. She's just a Debbie Downer who's trying to get 11 to, off herself. So, yeah, I wouldn't shed a tear for her. Pelican says, I hope they introduce info from Stranger Things, the first Shadow Broadway play, in the final episode, so everyone understands Henry's background. I don't get it why they made a separate thing of it. 100%. Because not everyone could go see the play. Exactly. Why did they bury key information about Henry's backstory in a play that most people will never be able to see? There are some die-hard superfans who literally bought plane tickets and made a trip out there to London or New York to see that play. But most people don't have the resources to do that, or aren't willing to spend the resources to do that. So that was not smart to put that in a play hardly anyone's going to see. And I wish that they had given us that backstory, and that would have given us all more insight into this really fascinating, very, very three-dimensional villain. He's not a cartoonish villain. He's complex. It would have been nice to have that insight. I wish they had done it as an extra episode, like I was saying earlier, a bonus episode for this season. They really should have done that. Jay says Max treats Lucas like a red-headed stepchild. No, wait, that is a description of herself.
Yeah.
Yeah, she basically does. Yes, like Daryl says, Max better treat Lucas more nicely now. Seriously. Doc says, I think there was a copyright issue with Dimension X. Oh, okay, so maybe that's why they changed it to the Abyss. Daryl likes the answers, so likes the answers that they're giving to describe how all of this works in the show. Bill says the explanation sounds rushed and incomplete, but it's okay. Yeah, I would agree that it does sound a bit too rushed and incomplete. Yep. Doc says, anyone here tried Mabi Taino Cacheo Caribbean bark root beer made with brown sugar? No, but that sounds pretty good. Let's see. So moving on, let's keep going through the breakdown here. So Henry, back in Henry's dream world, in Vecna's mind, he brings an unconscious Holly back home to his house, and then he brainwashes these dumb kids a little bit more, saying that, again, Max is just a monster in disguise, tricking her and lying, and Max wouldn't listen. He says, we will need her tonight or we'll fail. And yeah, he says that Max told Holly that he kidnapped them, and the girl's like, what? You rescued us? All these kids are overacting, if you ask me. He's like, I know. That's not even the worst of it. She told her, I don't want to save the world. I want to end it. And the kid's like, how could she believe that? And then I think this is that jerk Thomas. He's like, because she's stupid as shit. That's how. Such a little, oh my God. Such a little asshole. And Henry says, no, she's not stupid. This monster is incredibly powerful, and she works for the Black Thing. She's corrupted Holly's mind and dragged her out of the light and taken her into the dark. And yeah, so who was it that said maybe we should just give up and go home then? I think that, it was Derek. Derek said maybe we should just give up and go home then. And he's like, yeah, maybe we should just go home to our parents. And this kid says we would all die, and this little girl with glasses on the right overacts her face off, like, what's wrong with you? I don't know. This is just so weird and overdone. And Thomas is like, shut your trap, dipshit. Yeah, these kids are all thoroughly brainwashed. Henry does the old reverse psychology trick on them and says, oh, maybe Derek's right. Perhaps I have failed and the black thing has won. But then the kids rally around him and say, no, we can't let it win. You don't know Holly like we do. And, they basically say that maybe they can change her mind. They can bring her out of the dark and back into the light. So, yeah, they're all a bunch of brainwashed cultists at this point, chanting, back to the light, back to the light. The cult of Vecna over here. And he just has this sinister smile knowing that he's succeeded. And
he keeps saying the black thing.
Yeah.
As in the mind flare.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that refers to the mind flayer. So, meanwhile, these soldiers, they're looking at the rift where 11 and the others went into the Upside Down earlier in the episode, and note that it's sloppy. She's getting sloppy. That this guy's convinced it's 11 because monsters don't break padlocks and cameras. So he tells the team to get ready, and they're going to head into the Upside Down. So they'll be in there trying to screw things up and getting in the way in the finale for sure. Now the group is strategizing. This is their big scene where they come up with their plan. Hopper gets this brilliant idea to get a chopper and just fly up to the abyss, kill the freak, rescue the kids, fly back down. He's not the idea man in the group. He's the muscle. How he thought he could actually take a chopper up to another world, I don't know.
It's a very 80s action movie plan.
Yeah, it is.
And then I'll jump out of the chopper and I'll kill Vecna.
Yeah, it was way too simplistic. So, yeah, they shoot that plan down right away. That's not going to work. It won't fit through the rift between their world and the abyss. The chopper rotors are too wide.
Make it fit, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, there's this really funny joke. Funny or cringe, depending on your point of view, but Dustin says it's too big, it's not gonna fit. And Robin says, Steve hears that all the time and goes in anyway. Don't you, Steve?
Oh, I missed that one. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. And he's like, what the hell is wrong with you? That was funny. And then Hopper says the magic phrase that gives Steve the spark of inspiration. He says, look, if somebody else has some magic bean that I don't know about, I'm all ears. And that jogs his brain a bit. And he says, we don't need a magic bean to climb. We have a beanstalk right here. So he comes up with the beanstalk plan, which is really genius. The beanstalk is going to be the Squawk radio tower. And so that will be the way to bridge the gap between their world and the abyss. They can't reach it from the tower, but they'll wait for Vecna to start drawing their worlds together. And when it gets close enough, and the tower is poking through one of the rifts, then Elle will make her move, try to get into Vecna's mind and ambush him, stopping the spell, halting the worlds from moving. Then they'll have a beanstalk, and they'll be able to cross over, climb up into the abyss, save Holly and the other kids, kill Vecna, and save the day. Now, they do point out a problem with it, that 11 can't reach inside Vecna's mind because he's too far away. But if they get her close, Nancy has the idea that if they have 11 go into the sensory deprivation tank in the Upside Down, that might get her close enough to get into Henry's mind, Vecna's mind, because the Upside Down lab is directly under his lair, and it's still frozen in time, so it's got Brenner's experiments there, including the bath. So that's a pretty solid plan. She can get into his mind more easily if she's closer. So she's got to go into the Upside Down, into the bath. Max volunteers to go with her and walk her through it because she's been in his mind before. As a guide, she can go. That's a smart idea. Kali volunteers to go too, because 11 shouldn't have to fight him alone, and she has her own powers. Now, I still don't think she's going to be any help whatsoever, but she volunteers to go. She can follow 11 into his mind. And she says, we can end our brother together. I don't know why. She always refers to her as her sister and Henry as their brother, just because they were all patients together. So it's a pretty solid plan. And then on the cherry on top is Dustin finishing the plan with this. On the way out, they'll drop a bomb near the exotic matter.
The bomb on you.
Set a timer. Escape the Upside Down, and the bridge collapses, and with it, the abyss, the demos, the mind flayer, all of it would be gone. That's a pretty great plan. I think it's
like
solid.
That. Yours like yours like that.
Yeah, I think it's a solid plan. I like this plan. I think it's gonna work. I think it's gonna actually work, and they're gonna end Vecna, the Upside Down, the Abyss, all of it, but not without casualties. I definitely think they're gonna be there's gonna be at least one major death, maybe even more. Well, let me see what you guys are saying here. Scarlet thinks Will is going to die. Will die. He will have to stay behind when the abyss is shut. I think that's a strong possibility for sure. Yeah. Because he's going to be integral to winning this with his abilities. They didn't really include him in this plan, but that's the one weakness I think this plan has. I think that somewhere within this plan, they're going to struggle to achieve their goal, and they're going to need Will to be, the key piece to the puzzle to finish off Vecna. I just don't think they can do it without Will's pause. I mean, Will is the sorcerer now. He has the ability to hack into Vecna's mind and take over, him or any of the Demogorgons. So I definitely think they should have incorporated Will into this plan more, and they're going to wind up needing him, and that will be the wild card. That will be what they're not talking about, because we all know it's not going to play out exactly like they just laid out. That would be predictable. Something will go wrong. Something won't work in this plan, and then they'll need Will for sure. They're definitely going to need Will.
Quick, Will, get in here and finish this guy off.
He's like, sure. I'll leave that alone. Scarlet says, I'm thinking more and more that the end game follows a D&D game. Yeah, I mean, it's always been tied inextricably to D&D, so I can get on board with that, but I don't think it's going to turn out that this has all just been a fantasy D&D game and it didn't really happen, because that would just cheapen everything that we've seen for all this time if it's not real. I think the fans would riot. You want to talk about this being Game of Thrones season 8 all over again. That's what would clinch it, if this all turns out to be nothing more than a fake D&D campaign in the end. I hope not. Scarlet says, I love the girl in glasses that looks 40 but is 9. Yeah, those glasses would age anybody. They're like granny glasses. Bill tried to stop. I'm sorry. Bill says Derek tried to stop the propaganda. Yes, he did. He did try. But he didn't back up Holly though. Later on, when she needed him, he turned back into dipshit Derek. Scarlett said, "I'm going to watch a Wrinkle in Time as a pre-show for the finale." Oh, that's a smart idea. I think I want to do that too. I read the book, but I haven't read it since I was like 12 years old, so I don't remember much from it.
There's like a 2003 movie.
Yeah, we should watch that. Susie says, "No, read it. You can do it in the same amount of time as the movie." I can't read that fast, so I think I'll need to watch the movie. I read slowly and absorb every detail of what I'm reading. Yeah, that girl does act like she's 40, Scarlett. Yes, this was very 80s talk. Susie says, "The Wrinkle in Time made me love books and become a bookworm and nerd 100%, even with dyslexia. I read the whole series in 2 days." Haha. That's awesome, Susie. I loved that book, actually. I really enjoyed it, but it's been so long. I haven't read it in like 25 years, so I just don't remember. Isn't the light in it the Wrinkle in Time as well? I don't remember. Amy, I agree. Yes, Hopper's still sexy. Definitely.
Excuse you?
He is. I'm just agreeing with Amy. Scarlett says, "Why write on the window? Why not use a piece of paper?" Yeah, I don't know. That was random, the way they did that. They didn't have... Did they have dry erase boards yet? Yeah. Let's see. Scarlett said, "The girl who has a dad who works secretly for the government in Wrinkle." Oh, okay. Burn on Steve. Daryl says, "This was Steve's last chance to get a big smart moment, so they gave it to him." Yeah, it was not really typical that Steve has the genius idea. The last one you'd expect. He's not the brightest bulb. He's not the brains of any operation normally. Daryl says, "Nancy got her smart moment right after Steve because she's gonna die." Man, you are really on the Nancy death train, Daryl. Well, yeah, I mean, you never know. Like, she had a spark of inspiration there. Jay says, "In every screenshot of 11, she looks like she's about to cry." Yeah, she looks miserable this season and just kind of emotionless at times, too. Daryl says, "Steve is going to be so heartbroken when Nancy dies. It's going to be really sad." Yeah, Steve has always loved Nancy. It's really sweet, actually. He's a big softie for her. Even when he was a jerk, he was always good to Nancy. Scarlett says, "Plus, sometimes characters have a long diatribe about their life before they sacrifice themselves." Yeah, very true. So who has been doing that? Will? Were you saying, Carl, when you said Will, were you saying Will just had a long diatribe about his life?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was saying, we'll get in here and finish this guy off.
Oh, 20 likes. Awesome. Please hit the like button if you're listening to this and help people find the stream. That would be appreciated. Scarlett said, "No, not a fantasy game, a D&D allegory, not fake." Well, that I would like. Sure. Use D&D tactics in a real-world situation, closing the door on the abyss. Sounds good. I like it. Maybe we could have a Wrinkle in Time watch party tonight. I only got it on DVD. That might work out. Maybe we could do that. If we can, I don't know if it'll work out in terms of what time the the new episode of Stranger Things drops. I have to look it up. I think Stranger Things drops at 8 p.m. Eastern, but we'll see. Amy says they probably worked the actors hard. Oh, definitely. And Jay says they all die. They all die, but the timeline will reset when the wormhole collapses. Season ends just as it began, but Will doesn't get taken this time. Oh, man. Oh, God, I hope not. I don't want to see a reset. I don't want to see a reset and just undo everything that we've seen over all this time. I would be mad. It would be crazy to see everybody die, and then, I mean, the only way I would want to reset is if it would be to reverse everyone dying, because to me, the worst ending of the show would be if everybody dies and the world ends and Vecna wins. That would be the worst ending. But what do you guys think? What would be the worst way for this show to end? Like, so we've got a few different ways it could end. Everybody triumphs, except, whoever happens to die tragically. But like, let's say, the group wins, they save the world. Vecna dies. That's one ending. Ending 2, Vecna wins and the world ends. Everybody dies. Ending 3, there's a time reset and it goes back to the beginning, like Jay said. It goes back to the beginning as if nothing ever happened, but Will doesn't get taken. Just resets. Ending 4, it's all just a D&D game. It's not real. And it was just, made up. This entire thing was a fake fantasy D&D game. For me, the worst ending would be if everybody dies and Vecna wins. I think the second worst ending would be if this is all fake. I would hate that too. But no, I think, that would be the second worst if this is all fake. And then my third worst ending for me would be if there's a time reset. I don't like that either. I just want to see them win. I want to see them win and save the world, and lose at least 1 or 2 characters along the way. Somebody makes a big heroic sacrifice. That's how I would like to see it end. Scarlett says, yes, dry erase boards, but also paper. There was a time reset in A Wrinkle in Time. No, I don't think that's likely to happen because, people have been worried about time travel happening and ruining the show. I don't think that's likely to happen because Max basically said that what she did when she traveled through Henry's memories wasn't time travel, not literally, because she was just an observer, just looking at his memories. So I don't think we'll actually see any crazy timey-wimey stuff where we go back in time. Because all we've seen on the show thus far in terms of time travel is just, Max looking at someone's memories, traveling into Henry's memories. And previously we saw 11 travel into Billy's memories in season, I want to say 3. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't think we need to worry about time travel ruining the show and changing anything through time travel. Let's see. Susie said, no, the radio chick.
Robin.
Robin's been doing what? She said Robin has been doing that.
Long diatribes about her life.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Has she?
Yeah,
kind of, right?
Know,
like in season, what was it? Season 3, she was talking about it, right?
What's that? You know what that means?
Where? That's that's a Pokemon character.
Oh, okay. Charizard. That's the name of a Pokemon character? Mm-hmm. I'm not a Pokemon person, so I wouldn't know. But anyway, let's see. Mike's dream theory too. If it were all just a dream or something, I wouldn't like that. Scarlett said Legion had a time reset and I did not like it. I've never seen Legion. Scarlett says everyone comes back, but they have to de-age them all digitally. Oh, yeah, that would not be good. They haven't been very successful at de-aging people in a way that doesn't look really fake.
Yeah, everyone comes back and they have to like finish high school.
Yeah.
And they all have to sing that never-ending story song.
Yeah. Daryl says worst ending would be a time reset. Yeah, that's a bad one for me too. Mike's dream theory. It was all Mike's dream. Oh God, I hope not. Daryl says fake fantasy D&D game would be the worst. Time reset would be the second worst. Yeah, I would flip those, I think, but yeah, I don't know. Both of them are horrible. Scarlett said that maybe they created the Upside Down by playing D&D. That I wouldn't mind as long as it's real. I think that would be cool. Karl said the worst ending is that it was Agatha all along. Agatha. Who's Agatha?
That's a Disney Marvel reference. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Hey, Trace. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Scarlett says it ends up being the witch's path of whatever that was. Susie. Talking about her whole life. Right. Gotcha. Hey there, Farheen. Nice to see you. Welcome. I watched Doomsday. What's Doomsday? Is that a movie or something?
I think it's an animated movie.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Farheen said, I think it will be something like Low-Key Season 2. Oh, okay. Well, I liked Season 2. I think it will end like, Low-Key Season 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they corrected themselves. Low-Key Season 2.
Yeah.
I've never seen that, so I don't know how Low-Key... Do you know how Low-Key Season 2 ended?
Yes, I do.
I don't know if we want to spoil it in case people don't want to hear how Loki Season 2 ended. But
Loki ended up managing all the multiverses.
Oh, interesting. Now that would be kind of cool.
So maybe Will would end up doing something like that. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, interesting idea, Farheen. Scarlett says it's a TV show with Aubrey Plaza in it. Pretty good. Oh, I like her. I like Aubrey Plaza. Jay says worst ending. It has all been just a training simulation in the lab for Henry and 11, conducted by Papa. Yeah, that would be horrible. I don't mind shows that are about simulations. I don't mind if there's a simulation reveal.
Peanut sauce.
However, if there's a simulation reveal, I need it to happen early in a series. Like, if we watch a show for years and then we find out it's a simulation, it just feels like it cheapens the whole thing. So I would not like that. I didn't mind it. Spoilers for the series 1899, but I didn't mind when at the end of season 1 it was revealed that it was a simulation. I didn't mind because we only had one season of it. We didn't watch it for years, and then you find out it was all fake. So yeah, I agree that would be really bad on Stranger Things. Let's see. Pelican said that Loki season 2 was pretty cool, but I wouldn't feel the same for 11. Okay. Or it's all aliens. Yeah, Scarlet, that would suck. Oh, interesting. Farheen said it like a snake eating its own tail. Susie says 11 floats off into some. So this would be the worst ending. 11 floats off into some weird spaceship in the Upside Down, leaving a telepathic glowing heart on Will's forehead. And Hopper worked for the military the whole time. Yeah, that would be really shitty. That's a good one, Susie. Let's see. Yeah, I would hate that. So final mystery song prediction. Mystery song. I don't know what other song would fit into this show. I can't really.
Time after time.
That would fit nicely into the show.
If they do a time thing.
And it's an 80s song, so.
Or would it be Time Won't Give Me Time, your favorite?
I hate that song.
Well, it would have to be something that came out like in 86 or 87 where they're at, right?
Right. That's what they usually do. So, getting back to the breakdown, Holly wakes up and she tries to convince the kids that they've actually been kidnapped and Mr. Whatsit is not who he says he is, that he's trying to destroy the world and everything. And yeah, they're too brainwashed to listen. So this is a really frustrating scene. The way that he's convinced these kids to, this is how cults work. He doesn't even have to do anything. The kids do his job for him, and they all come after her. And she tries to convince them that nothing here is real, that Max was trying to help them get back home to their families, and they're trapped in Mr. Whatsit's mind. Her acting here, I gotta say, was pretty overwrought and, overdone. Just like the way she was saying, like, come on, you have to believe me, please, please. It's literally how she pronounced it. You remember? Yeah. It was like, oh my god. She's a little bit over the line. Yeah. Anyway, she's like, you gotta believe me, please, Derek. Tell them. And he chickens out. He reflects on how Henry threatened to kill his parents, and he doesn't back her up. He tells her, they're right. Max lied to us. So yeah, in the end, he failed her, turned into a coward. Not really surprised. He's dipshit Derek after all. Holly then tries to fake them out and pretends that she realizes she's wrong and she was tricked. And then she goes crazy and like just freaking slams a kid in the face with her little boombox. I was like, okay, that was a bit much. I don't think that helped her situation at all. Like,
you didn't think that convinced that girl that got hit?
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna convince anybody to be on your side. And she runs out of the room, and like, they grab her. This is like really kind of disturbing the way these kids attack her. They start choking her with her own necklace, and her precious Holly the Heroic little toy on her necklace goes flying off along with all the beads. And
they became those kids from Weapons.
Yeah, they kind of did. Yeah, that was shocking, the amount of violence. And then she falls down the stairs. Wow. And there goes Holly the Heroic. I don't, like, I don't think that's good. Like, she's gonna struggle a lot as a result of that, because that Holly the Heroic is what's was supposed to help lead her to her exit. That's the thing that's inspiring her to be strong. That's how she saw like the exit out of Henry's mind and back to her own body. It was by thinking about Holly the heroic, and now she's lost it. So I think that's a bad sign for her. Now, personally, I wish that the show had not focused so much on Holly this season, a character we've hardly gotten to know at all for the rest of the series leading up to this. It's taken valuable screen time away from the rest of our characters who we have, spent more time with and want to see. So yeah, I wasn't crazy about how they did that with Holly this season. Like I like that they repeated, they brought this story full circle. I like stories that come full circle. That's really great writing. The way they brought this back around to, another child getting abducted. The show started with Will getting abducted, and then in the end, we have the vanishing of Holly this season, and all these other kids. So yeah, I really liked that idea, but I just wish that she didn't have this much screen time. They could have done this without giving her quite so much time, in terms of, like actual scenes. They didn't need to be quite so long. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, the episode is kind of winding down at this point. 11 gets this truck right side up again that had been knocked over, Murray's truck. Seems to have a little difficulty doing it too, which is odd. But she does that, and then Hopper voices his distrust of Kali to Joyce, saying that she's up to something. I'm sure of it. But Elle's not going to listen to me. She thinks I don't believe in her. And she thinks she's invincible, and that's not the case. I think Hopper is right. I mean, when he says that I think you may be right, Karl, that that Kali could be a secret villain, because like the way Hopper said, he says she's up to something. I'm sure of it. He's a really good detective. He may not be as smart as they are in terms of coming up with plans, to defeat Vecna, but
he can read people.
And he's as the sheriff, he's always been a good detective. And he's reading Kali saying, I'm sure she's up to something. So maybe she's turned to the dark side in some way, and she's working for Vecna.
She's the spy.
Yeah. Imagine it. That would be a cool twist if that happens. The fact that she's trying to convince 11 to unalive herself with her. Yeah.
And then she makes it so that everyone dies and Vecna wins.
Yeah.
And then that's why in somebody's last breath, they cause the time reset. So we have to do it again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I don't trust her.
If she smiled more, we would, but she doesn't.
Yeah, she doesn't. What are you guys saying here? Let's see. Scarlett says it was rumored Heroes was on the soundtrack. Oh, okay. The David Bowie one. Yeah, that fits. We can be heroes just for one day. Hive Mind reminds me of Pluribus. Hi, Holly. yes. I agree for sure. Total Eclipse of the Heart. That would be a good song for the show, Susie. Everybody Wants to Rule the World. The J. It's another good one. We are so happy here, Holly. Be one of us. One of us. That's what these kids are like. They're creepy. Oh, you spin me round like a record. It's a good one, Susie. I could feel it coming in the air. Oh yeah, in the air tonight. That would be a good one, Jay. Daryl, I agree that was over the top with them choking her. And yeah, Scarlett, this was disturbing. They could have killed her when they started choking her. I couldn't believe it. I was like, I know she's not going to die right now, but this is crazy. Daryl says the Pluribus hive mind are less dangerous than those kids. Yeah, I would have to agree. Pelican says, then Holly the heroic toy doesn't matter anymore, just like running up that hill song doesn't matter anymore. I don't know, yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. I mean, she'll need something else, though. Something else to hold on to, a touchstone to guide her and give her the strength to get out again. Scarlett says, I enjoyed Holly, Tina, Vicky, and Derek more than the main characters. Oh, wow. They had more to do. Erica as well. Oh, all right. Oh, Karl, you said between the moon and New York City. I was like, huh, okay. Oh,
excuse you.
my solitaire on my phone. It has these weird notifications. Scarlett said Joyce had some fierce scenes in season 1. I wish she had those in season 5. Me too. I miss the fierce Joyce that we've seen before. I mean, she's still will always go to bat for her son. She charged toward Vecna at the end of episode 4, and he just like tossed her aside like a little gnat with a swing of his hand, just without even touching her. But yeah, she hasn't been as strong of a character in this season as I've seen her in some of the others, but she's still one of my favorites. Always loved her. Pelican says, I totally agree. I'd rather see more of Murray than Holly and the new kids. Yep. Scarlett says, oh yeah, I think Will and Kelly will die. Oh, okay. I think Will very well may have to sacrifice himself for this, for all this to work. But then again, I mean, would the show have gone out of its way to do this huge coming out story just to kill him in the next episode? I mean, what a waste. I really hope not. Oh, I love Straight Up by Paula Abdul, Susie. It's one of my favorite songs. And Opposites Attract is another great song.
Will that be the signature song of the end? Maybe Vecna and Elle will start going out. And what will die is the love between Mike and 11. That's the signature death. Opposites attract. Vecna, Elle, they start making little veils.
Yeah. Making little what?
Veils.
Veils.
Yeah. Vecna and 11 veils.
Scarlett says 11 will see through 8's tricky plan and say she will sacrifice herself, and at the last second, not. Oh, that would be the one. Like that's the old fake out thing. Like, like you agree that you're both gonna do something, and then at the last second, one person plans on not doing it. Like on a count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Show me mine, and I'll show you your. Or I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
That would be great. Honestly, I would love to see that.
You'd love to see mine?
No, I mean, I'd love to see 11 back out and then just Kylie dies.
Oh, okay.
Daryl says Callie wants 11 to die with her. That's what's bad about Callie. She isn't with Vecna. Hopper doesn't trust her in the writing of the show because Callie wants 11 to die. Yeah, I mean, it could just be that. What is she up to? She's definitely she's up to something. We know one thing she's up to. She's trying to convince 11 to die with her and not tell anybody. So that's a huge thing she's up to, and it may just be that.
Get them to change our places.
Amy said "Voulez-Vous" by ABBA. just guessing a song.
Dancing Queen.
Nice. No idea the context. Oh, I forgot we have leftovers. What am I doing eating this? I'll have something else later.
Her Majesty wanted what you wanted.
Yeah, Time After Time would be awesome. That song has been overdone, overused, of course, but I love it. It's one of my favorite songs of all time. Oh, no pun intended.
It's time.
Oh God. Yeah, and probably a Butthole Surfers song at the end. If Mike has his way, that's what they'll do. That's what he wanted in episode 7. He was playing that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
a horrible name for a band.
That's one of the worst band names I've ever heard. Susie said, I kind of think Will's mom will die. Joyce? I mean, it's possible trying to save him that she could die. Yeah, that would be devastating. Amy said, I thought that Holly's mom already died till I saw her up and moving again. You're not the only one.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a content creator on YouTube who said that. He's like, I thought she was dead. Now she's up and killing demogorgons. And what is happening? Like, yeah. What happened to Ted? Does anyone care? No.
Yeah, who the fuck's Ted?
Nobody cares about poor Ted, who's in an induced coma, and no one's even saying anything about him. Like, no one gives a shit. Poor Ted. Terrell said, who's Ted? JK. Anyway, so yeah. Daryl says, Ted gonna be like, Nancy, no, I love you so much, sweetie. I had half a scene with you all season. Susie doesn't even know who Ted is. Nancy, Mike, and Holly's dad, Susie. The nerdy guy who's always checked out with the glasses and he's always grumpy.
Yeah, he's over there. Remember, he was over there like sleeping with the kids, having like fed them, watching TV with Holly, and while Homegirl was gonna go slob on Billy's knob and shit. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dad of the year. Anyway, so Hopper says that he can work on repairing things between him and 11 when they get on the other side of this, but he just needs to make sure she gets out of this alive. He said that Callie makes one false move, I swear to God, I'm gonna kill her. I believe he would too. 11 is his adopted daughter, and he would die for her. So yeah, he would kill for her in a heartbeat, and he's done it before. He killed a bunch of soldiers to save her earlier in the season. Yeah, he's still at risk of dying for sure. We'll get into the finale trailer in a little bit, and he does pop up in there. And he also says, if anything happens to Elle in that tank, I'm pulling her out. He keeps saying over and over that he can't lose 11. He can't lose her. That has a foreboding thing about it. There's something about that. It makes me think either 11 or Hopper is going to die, and I think it's probably going to be Hopper. Yeah, like he'll do anything. And there was a moment that made me think. I was like looking back through the pictures, and there could be some foreshadowing. When he had that bomb vest earlier in the season, he was going to blow himself up along with Vecna. After he took it off, and they were driving away, the camera panned down onto that vest again. And I was like, why did they choose to do that? It made me think like that it's sort of that vest is sort of like it could be a Chekhov's gun. Not that he's gonna use that to blow himself up and that's how he dies, but it could symbolize the sacrifice of his life that he's going to make later, just in a different way. Why? I just wondered why, after they were driving away, why did the camera pan down onto that, that vest wired with the bomb? It might be nothing. It might not mean anything, but it could symbolize that he's going to sacrifice his life. Just not in this way now. It's going to happen later. I think
somehow that vest is going to be used. I think you're right. Doesn't necessarily mean it's Hopper's death, but that vest will come into play.
Yeah, maybe the vest itself is a literal Chekhov's gun, or it's a Chekhov's gun in that it symbolizes the sacrifice of his life that he's going to make later. Maybe. Just throwing that idea out there. So then we have a conversation here where Will feels useless, and he tells Max that I think that's ridiculous. He's not useless. He's a freaking sorcerer. What the hell did he just develop all these powers for? He can hack into the hive mind, for God's sake. How is he useless? In what world is he useless in all of this? He is integral to this now. I think he's going to be essential. They won't be able to win this without him. That's how low his self-esteem is, though. That he feels useless. Max tells him that he could go there to the abyss. He says it's too risky. I'd be at the heart of the hive mind, and I don't know what would happen. Last time I got you close, he used me to spy, and it almost got you killed, Max. But she said you also saved my life, remember? Which is a good point. I think he's wrong. I know it's risky. He's never been that close before. I mean, he's tied to the hive mind, and yeah, who knows what would happen when he actually goes to the abyss. But I think he's definitely going to go there. He's going to go there 100%. They're going to need him to go there and use his powers against Vecna. Yeah, he's just feeling insecure and doubting himself. So yeah, he needs to kind of get over this, and I think at the end of the episode he'll be empowered enough after coming out of the closet to do this now, be part of this. I mean, this was such a game changer, the fact that he has powers. He has to be essential to winning this battle. And so he asks Max how she survived in Henry's mind, and then she tells him that, it was just luck, but also she found that cave, which she was terrified of, and he wouldn't go in. She said, underneath all those scars, he's still human. A psychopath with a serious God complex, but human. And everyone's scared of something. I guess we're all scared of something, right? So yeah, she's right. Even he's still scared of something. I don't think he's the ultimate big bad either. I think that he's a sort of mega puppet of the Mind Flayer. The Mind Flayer gave him all the powers he has. That's strongly implied by the stage show that the Duffer Brothers wrote. And yeah, but essentially he's underneath it all human with fears. And anyway, so yeah, there's Operation Beanstalk. I got a screenshot of that. That's their plan. It says mission prep, get gate code, Mr. Clark and Erica in the squawk van. They're going to go to the crow's nest, steal the signal to open the gates. And then it says, gear up, modify, big buy truck. Weapons. So they're going to need weapons, diesel fuel, C4 detonator, and a turntable. And the C4, obviously, they're going to use that to blow up at the end of all of this. If they're successful and they rescue all the kids, kill Vecna, leave the abyss, when they get back to their world, they're going to use that C4 to blow up the upside down, the wormhole and the abyss. Then it says gunner hole in freezer unit. I don't know what that is.
What does it say?
It says gunner, or is it mole? Gunner mole? What does that say on the right?
Where? Can't see it. Gunner hole in freezer unit. So, like a hole to have somebody shooting through or something? That's the only thing I could think of.
Okay. Says handholds in back of truck. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Oh, gunner hole in freezer unit of the truck. So then that's where Nancy popped out at the top. Remember? And she's like, that was her hole, and she was the gunner.
Oh, I see. Okay. And then it says infiltrate Mac Z. So that's like, ground zero, the guarded area where the gateway to the upside down is. They'll have Hop travel back to the Radio Shack by tunnel. Big Buy truck will travel to the Mac Z, and that'll have Robin, Murray, Nancy, Elle, Collie, Steve, Jonathan, Joyce, Mike, Lucas, and Dustin. So quite a big group here. Why not Will? What the hell? Why is Will not included in that group? That's really dumb. They need Will. He's the freaking sorcerer. The hell? That's the group going into the upside down. Yeah, I would think they would need him there. But I'm sure he'll wind up somehow like going to I'm 100% sure he'll go to the abyss and face off with Vecna. Let's see what else. It says Murray is gonna fuel up generators, turn on power in I can't read that. Head to the roof, set explosives near sphere.
That's the exotic matter that Nancy shot at.
Yep. So that's a key role that they're giving to Murray. I really like how they've expanded his role and given him so much screen time. I love Murray. I'm glad he stuck around this long. He started as just this weirdo conspiracy theorist guy. Hopper, you can't really read what he's doing. Okay, so that's that. And Mike built the bomb that's going to blow up the upside down. Are you kidding? How does Mike somehow know how to build a bomb all of a sudden? I know these are smart kids, but that's a little hard to believe. Anyway, let's see. Then they all get suited up for their final battle. Steve looking really cool in that leather jacket.
All right, let's check everybody's wardrobe as well for some trailer sleuthing.
Yeah. So yeah, let's make a note of what people are wearing.
Mike is the only one with looks like camo.
Yeah.
So
Mike and Lucas.
Oh.
So yeah, Steve is wearing a leather jacket because this will help see who's wearing what. potentially in the trailer for the finale. Dustin has on that thing that looks like it's made of grass.
The ghillie suit jacket. Ghillie suit. Go ahead. Ghillie suit.
Ghillie suit.
There you go.
And helps you camouflage yourself.
In
So
grass, of course, not like next to a building.
yeah.
Not in the upside down.
Oh, and
it's an odd choice.
And I just noticed Steve has a camo shirt on too. Underneath the jacket.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So he and Dustin make peace. Like they officially make peace. They talk out their issues finally. And Steve basically apologizes for what he said about Eddie, that how he got himself killed and he was being dumb trying to play a hero. He says, you know, Eddie saved our lives and I know what he meant to you. I can't imagine how hard it's been. But instead of being there for you, I just got angry about it. I guess I got angry because things were different. Because I really missed you. I missed my best friend. That was incredibly sweet. Who would have ever thought these two, what an odd couple, would be best friends?
Aww.
Steve the Hair Harrington and Dustin Toothless. They used to call him. That's really sweet. And Dustin says, I missed my best friend too. And they have this cute hug. Very emotional. And it does make me worry that Steve's gonna die. You know, like this. Oh man, I'm having flashbacks now. Remember in season 3 of From, remember how Jim, in the penultimate episode of the season, I predicted that Jim was going to die in the finale because Jim had this really emotional scene where he made peace with Ethan. And he not made peace, but he hugged Ethan and said he loved him. And he had issues with his family all season. And Jim had all these sweet family scenes. He had a nice scene where he worked things out with Tabitha. He had a nice scene with Julie and especially Ethan. And that clinched it for me. I was like, that's it. Jim's going to die.
And he did that. Right?
And he died in the next episode. This makes me worried for Steve. That's a common thing that shows do, to have, you know, a death set up like this by an emotional scene where like they
kind of tie up the emotional loose ends.
Yeah. He made peace with Dustin after they've been fighting all season. They have that closure, you know. It makes me concerned. I hope they don't go there. They had their chance to kill him off already and they didn't do it, so it's predictable. As another reason I hope they don't do it. Not just because I like him. I think it would be too predictable.
And then his car, that's also foreshadowing.
Yeah, his car. His car, like that image of his car getting like pulled through the vacuum into, you know, oblivion outside of the wormhole. Could that have been foreshadowing that Steve would go the same way? Maybe. I hope not. But there is a scene in the trailer. I'm gonna go over to the spoilers. If you don't want to see anything from the final trailer, I'm gonna show something right now. It doesn't show much, but Dustin is screaming. Where is it? Where is it? Dustin is screaming, and somebody is holding him back. And it's not anybody in our crew. This is somebody with full military gear on. No one in our cast is wearing this outfit that we've seen. There are people wearing camo, but not like this. Not this kind of jacket and this belt. So I think this is actually a member of the army holding Dustin back, and it looks like he's screaming, "Run!" I mean, if you look at the way his mouth is oriented, and you look at yourself in a mirror, like, that's what it would look like if you were yelling something like "run" or "stop" or something like that. I predict it'll be "run," and it may be Steve who he's watching. I mean, he looks very emotional, although, I mean, he would be very upset no matter who is in danger out of all of his friends, of course. But who has he been closest to in the whole show? It's been Steve. So that's a bad sign right there. That they featured this in the trailer. But we've got to remember, take it with a grain of salt, because trailers are meant to be deceiving, make us think something's gonna happen that maybe is not. But anyway, so let me finish this before we get to the rest of the trailer. So yeah, he compliments Steve on his beanstalk plan, saying only a genius could have come up with that. Steve says, "I learned from the best." Such a lovely scene. I love this relationship.
He
did. He did. Oh, God. Dustin says, "If it fails, we both go down." Steve says, "You die, I die," and then Dustin repeats it. Imagine if they both die for real. That would be a real bummer. Two really likable characters. Now, I don't know if that's true necessarily. I think one of them could still survive and the other doesn't.
One of them will die on the inside.
On the inside. So let me try to get through this quickly because my pain is starting to get a lot worse. So they start to execute their plan, and so up in the Squawk Tower, there's Erica and science teacher whose name I can never remember. 11 and Kali meet in the void. I don't know why they can't just talk to each other. They don't need to go into the void right now, but okay. So it's like, yeah, hi sister. Yeah, they talk, and Kali asks if she's thought about what it all means, and so 11 says, well, when they blow up the bridge, they can also blow up Dr. K's lab, end her experiment. But Dr. K says she'll simply make a new lab. Then 11 says, okay, so we'll kill her. But Kali says she replaced Papa. Another will replace her. We can go away somewhere. We can hide. 11 says we can go away somewhere. We can hide from them. And Kali then mocks 11's fantasy or plan that they're gonna, go away to some faraway land with at least one waterfall and live happily ever after this. She says it's a fantasy, calling her by her given name, Jane, and says if you flee with Mike, maybe you're safe for a while, but when they find you, and they will kill Mike just as they killed my friends. Then they will take you, and with your blood, they will create more children who will suffer as we have. And with these children, they will open up more gates, more worlds. It's a cycle, a terrible, vicious cycle. But we can stop it. 11, is not showing enough emotion at all. She gets a little bit teary here, but Millie was not performing to her best in this season, in my opinion. But anyway, Kali says, after we end our brother, after the children are rescued, we don't leave with the others. We stay on the bridge. When the upside down vanishes, so will we. Awful, awful, awful plan. She says it's the only way. No, it's not. It's not the only way. And there are all these other children who are going to have powers now. So what? Should they sacrifice themselves too? What about all those 12 children? Does she not realize that those 12 children may have powers too? I mean, shouldn't she be able to infer that? Because Will was once captured the way these kids were captured, and he has powers now. So the cycle won't end even if these two off themselves. This is a terrible idea, and yeah, it's not going to be easy to be on the run and not be able to live a normal life, but it's better than just giving up and ending her life. I think she could live her life underground somewhere off the grid. Don't you? I mean, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah,
But
and they could be, go live in Iceland or something.
yeah. Yeah, so that's a terrible, terrible plan. Let me see. Let's see if I can quickly get through this. So it looks like she's agreeing to this at this point. Like she's going along with it. But I don't think she'll go through with it. I don't think she will in the end. It would be too predictable because they're setting it up like that. So before I get to the last scene, let me check in with the chat really quick. Because this is the coming out scene, and we've already talked about that a lot. So I'm not going to belabor it too much. We got to get through this as quickly as I can for my pain level, which is pretty high right now. So I'm going to check in quickly here with you guys. Let's see, where did I leave off here? Daryl said Karen could have had sex with Billy, but she had to look at freaking Ted. Well, I mean, that would have been kind of creepy, though. She's a married woman with kids, and he was just like, what, 20 years old or something? That would have been wrong. Scarlett says Hopper will die and see Sarah in heaven, then time will reset. That would be cool. I would like that. I mean, for him to briefly like reunite with his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Errol says Hopper and his beard are safe. Susie, he already died though. Scarlett says, and Hopper will adopt 11, but an 11 named Jane, who has never been in a lab or has powers. A normal girl, it needs to be adopted. Oh, that's interesting. If it were to reset.
Oh, very Flash Sideways Lost, huh?
Yeah. That would be nice because then he would still get another daughter. Terrell says, if Hopper dies, I'll eat my shoe. Okay, well, let's hope it doesn't have to happen.
Let's hope that your shoe is very tasty.
Yeah. Susie says, whatever the pirate's guy name was dies again. For real this time. I don't know. But,
who's a pirate?
Yeah, no one's a pirate, but Daryl says
she's referring to Hopper, right? Because he's the one that quote unquote died, and then he's actually alive in Russia, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Daryl says Nancy will sacrifice herself. Scarlett says, I don't think Nancy is important enough to die. I would say, yeah. I mean, on the surface, it doesn't seem like she's important enough to die, but Daryl has made a really convincing case, so I could get on board with what he's saying. let's see. I'm just kind of scrolling through here, trying to get through this quickly as possible. Daryl says, hard to imagine this show without Steve, considering they were going to kill him off in season 1. Steve and Dustin are my favorite part of the show. They're definitely one of my favorite parts of the show, too. Steve isn't dying. Well, I hope not. And he says, Steve better not die. The bromance is strong with these. Yup. Daryl, they're going to make you think that Hopper and Steve are going to die, and then they won't. Nancy will die. Okay. Scarlett said, see, Will and Steve have had emotional scenes too. Yup. Dustin would feel so alone. Steve isn't having a Jim story. I mean, no, the story is completely different, but it is a trope to have a character, make peace with someone and have an emotional scene right before they get killed off. So it could happen. The writers having Nancy and Jonathan break up is what confirms to me that Nancy is dying. If Nancy wasn't dying, they would have kept Jonathan and Nancy together. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, that maybe the trailer is just trying to lead us to think Steve and Hopper are going to die. You Die, I Die is a fallback to season 3. Oh, really? I don't remember that from season 3. 22 likes. Yes, awesome. Please hit the like button. Amy says, when does the next episode come out? It is tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. One more episode, about 2.5 hours long. Okay. All right. So let's wrap this up. Will talks to his mom, and he explains how Vecna. This is okay. So this right here is why they're telling us right here why the coming out scene is necessary in the minds of the writers. Because when Vecna attacks, he weakens you by turning your own mind against you, by bringing out everything inside you that hurts. So that's why he needs to unburden himself before this final battle. He's been keeping his sexual orientation inside, and it's eating him up. And Vecna can use that against him and weaken him, so he won't be able to, fight back as strongly as he could have if he doesn't unburden himself and come out. So that's why the writers felt that this was necessary. I think they should have done it earlier in the season or something, not right before the final battle, because it does feel just out of place. But we've gone over that ad nauseum already. I know. We've gone over that, why I think this coming out scene was misplaced and too long, and all of that stuff. Too many people. Yeah. He tells Joyce that he fought back against Vecna by focusing on happy memories from when he was a kid. And that's how he took control in the Maxi and killed those demos. And he thought the same would work on Vecna, but he found a way past it. And he showed him things. He showed him horrible things. And it wasn't really like something he could make up, he said, because it came from him. He sees everything. He sees your thoughts, your memories, and your secrets. So he said that Max, she said she's also afraid. She said that Vecna is also afraid, which proves he can beat him. So, but to do that, he feels like he needs to unburden himself so that he cannot be weakened anymore by what he's keeping inside. I get it. Like, it makes sense to me, but they could have done this sooner. They could have done this earlier in the season, or at least make it a brief scene and move on. Mike comes in and interrupts, and he's like, I think you need to hear this too, actually. So he brings Mike in on it, And then he's like, everyone does. Okay, I think that was unnecessary. It's a comically large group of people. And yeah, I mean, look at all these people. We've talked about this for the last couple nights, both live streams before this on volume 2, but Murray shouldn't be there. Vicky shouldn't be there. Like people who are not that close to him, it's just not necessary. Um, and yeah, Nancy, no. I think, yeah, you could argue absolutely his brother, Robin, who's been his new advocate, someone who's also LGBTQ, his best friend Mike, and yeah, you could argue the core members of his group, Lucas, Dustin, and 11. I mean, I guess Max, but that's it. Like, you don't need these extra people. And yeah, it's just, it was over dramatic, and I think there was too much. But he says that, I'm different. I just pretended like I wasn't because I wanted to be like everyone else. I wanted to be like my friends. And he talks about all the silly things that they have in common that they love, which is really sweet. And he loves all these same things, and but he doesn't like girls. Um, he doesn't like girls. And I thought he did a good job acting the scene. He's good at crying on camera. I thought Noah Schnapp did a good job with this. I think people are being too harsh on him. And it's not his fault that the writers decided to go this way. The Duffer Brothers did this. They said in an interview that they actually wrote this, with Noah in mind, wanting his approval, wanting him to like it. Because Noah is gay in real life. This kid, he is gay in real life. So the creators really wanted him to approve of it, and they also said that they spent more time writing this scene than any other scene in this episode. I think. I thought that was crazy. I mean, this is not the most important scene in the show, for God's sake. It's yeah. It's just it's not pertinent to the final battle they're about to undertake. The world is about to end, and they spent like 7 minutes on this scene. It was just excessively long. And he also alludes to the fact that he likes Mike, and that part was kind of awkward in front of everybody, because he said that he had a crush on someone, even though I know they're not like me. And then he looked right at Mike. That was awkward as hell. But then he realized, it was never about him. It was about me, he says. And I thought I thought I was finally okay with myself. But then, so Vecna showed him that if he tells everyone the truth, that in the future, some of them are just worried for him, that things will be harder for him. And it'll make him feel like something's wrong with him. He'll push them away, and they'll drift apart more and more until he's all alone. And Vecna can't see into the future, but he can see into their minds, and he knows a lot. So, he's not he's not like a psychic, but he's he's not a clairvoyant who can see into the future, but he can see into their minds. So he's very insightful. So, Will breaks down crying, and Joyce promises him that's never going to happen. She's never going to lose him. And then they all, one by one, join in, saying, you're never going to lose me either. Jonathan, Lucas, Dustin, Mike, 11, and, everyone else piles on in a group hug, which is very sweet and touching. But I just think that this scene could have been cut way shorter, at the very least. Did not need to be over 7 minutes long. So this scene is unfortunately the reason why, I think a big reason why people are review bombing this season of Stranger Things now, and it's too bad. It's a divisive thing. I've said the issues I have with it, but it it is what it is, unfortunately. This is how they decided to close the penultimate episode of this series. And so finally, I'm really glad he said this part. I've been saying he needs to be part of the final plan and be present. And he says that, Vecna can retreat to the physical world, and we need to be ready to fight him there too. He's like, bullets and fire didn't help the soldiers, he said. So he needs to be there. And he said, I'm ready. I'm ready to show him I'm not afraid anymore. That's what we needed from him. And that's why he needed to come out, to finally shed that burden and fear, to be able to be strong enough to confront Vecna in the end. It just needed to be quicker. Like, come out to his friends, and they just say, like, dude, we know, we know already. It's fine. We still love you, and just laugh about it, hug, just be done with it. This long monologue was not necessary, in my opinion. But yeah, this is smart. Now he's going to be part of the plan. He's going to be there. It sounds like he's going to stay behind in the real world to be ready to confront Vecna, because he can retreat to the physical world. Or he may mean that, he's going to also go to the abyss, because that's a physical world, I think. I mean, it is. So yeah, that's how that episode closed. The now infamous ending to episode 7. And that does it for everything except the finale. So before we quickly just go through the very brief finale trailer, let me just check in with you guys. Daryl said people won't be too upset at a Nancy death, and that's why it's a good choice for the Duffer Brothers to kill her. I agree. She's not that popular. Pixie thinks 11 dies. Daryl thinks that's been set up too much and it would be too obvious. Let's see. What else? Scarlett said that's why Will had to tell a whole room full of people, not just family. Yeah, I mean, I could understand that, coming out to the world, getting the fear out in a wider way. Yeah, absolutely. The more people you tell, the less fear. And yeah, Noah in real life came out too in recent years. Amy says, I wish they would have let him come out last season. But I can understand that in the 80s, hate crimes went unreported. Yes, that's true. It's true. It was a bigger deal to come out in the 80s. There was a huge stigma attached to doing that. And so a lot more people stayed in the closet. And so, I mean, we got to remember, this is not 2025 we're dealing with here. So this was a huge deal, and it was a dramatic thing. Somebody did this. Daryl said it's not a bad scene, but it's just not as good compared to the Robin coming out scene. Yes, 100% agree. It seems a little exploitative for Noah, really. Yep, I think so. Scarlett said, I think Mike isn't totally okay with it. His face definitely said he looked uncomfortable. The scene didn't quite fit the 80s for me. Yeah, it felt more like a present day coming out scene, Amy. I agree. Karl said it's misplaced and too over attended. It was an okay episode, said Daryl. Scarlett said Will in the 80s would be the bachelor guy living by himself or with a guy friend, and nothing would be mentioned again. Yep, that's right. It's a different culture, a different time. Jay said you missed them entering the Upside Down. Nancy goes Rambo. Oh, yeah, I think I'm missing a few screenshots. So, yeah, that's right. They roll into the Upside Down. That's true. For once, I actually have a few screenshots missing, I think. Jen, the teacher. Hey, hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. Amy said, I would expect their reaction would be like, what does that mean? What is that? Yeah, for sure. It was a little weird for the time. Okay. Okay, now, spoiler warning, if anyone here does not want to see anything or hear anything about the finale trailer, but it doesn't show much, mostly flashbacks. So we have, I have two different versions. I have one with captions and one without here. So let me go to the one with captions. Where is it? It looks like it's out of order. Hold on. So, it started with Hopper saying, I need you to fight. Where is it? Oh, okay. It says, I need you to fight. Hopper is talking to 11. I need you to fight one last time. And the tears in his eyes. Look at the tears. So emotional. The love he has for her. It's really a beautiful thing. And one of my favorite parts of this show has been this father-daughter relationship. The way that she's healed him as he never got over his grief over his daughter. And she gave him a reason to live again and you know, a new daughter to protect. And to love. So, you know, that looks like a powerful moment right there. And the fact that Hopper is narrating the finale trailer worries me for him, by the way. This beautiful speech he's giving. A lot of times characters get killed off after they give a beautiful motivational speech, you know?
I think someone's reading a letter they wrote. He's dead.
Mm,
And it's being we're hearing it in his voice.
Maybe. But I mean, I think he's talking to her. It looks like he's talking to her there. He says, life has been so unfair. Your childhood was taken from you. And there's, you know, flashbacks to Will when he was much younger and taken. Dr. Brenner experimenting on 11 and those other kids. There's poor 11, the, you know, electrodes on her head. Absolutely horrible. And you see a flashback to Max and Jonathan, Nancy, Mike, all, you know, standing there ready to fight something. And Mike is holding up what looks like a bell. I don't know what that's going to do. No, not a bell. I think it's some kind of a goblet or something. Hopper says, you've been attacked. And it shows the Mind Flayer attacking the mall back in season 3. Which, by the way, I think that is foreshadowing that the Mind Flayer is going to come back in the finale. This is just a flashback, this moment. You can see it's the Starcourt Mall. There's a sign up there, and there are mall signs for the Taco Bell back there. So this is a flashback from season 3. You can also see 11 wearing that yellow and black shirt from season 3. But I do think this could be foreshadowing this is foreshadowing that the Mind Flayer will be back finally. And I think that the Mind Flayer will be the big bad in the end, the real big bad, powering everything, including Vecna. Vecna will just turn out to be like the biggest puppet of the Mind Flayer. And let's see. Then, you know, another shot of the kids from season 3 in the mall. Hopper says they've been manipulated. And you see Dr. Brenner taking Eleven's hand. And this is a flashback to season 4 when Brenner and Eleven walked hand in hand as he was once again working with her. So yeah, he manipulated her horribly. And then you see this shot from the same season of Max levitating. You know, when Vecna was, you know, capturing her. So Hopper says you've been manipulated by terrible people. And Max there has the Vecna hand over her head as he was capturing her soul, basically, temporarily anyway. And then you see a shot of Henry looking menacing as hell from season 4. And Hopper goes on, but you never let it break you. And then there's a flashback to all of them with the group hug that they just did, and then the little group hug from season 1. And then you've got a new shot from the finale. Murray, Eleven, Hopper, and Collie near the Big Buys truck, and they're in the Upside Down as planned. What? Oh no, I did it again. God damn it. I wish I had noticed this sooner. I'm so tired. I'm sorry, guys. I'm in so much pain. I can't even think straight. Hold on. Let me get the images back. Okay. I'll show you what I've been describing. Okay. Let me go back. I'll just show you briefly what I've been describing. You can always go back and pause it up. But okay. So there's a shot. I didn't actually describe this one. That's a shot of the Hawkins lab in the Upside Down from the upcoming finale, and it looks like military vehicles are heading towards it. So they're heading in there, and they're gonna probably get in the way of what they're trying to do and just make things harder. And there he is talking to 11. And all the emotion in his face with his eyes full of tears. I need you to fight one last time. So that's a new shot. That's new footage. But then we have this flashback shot. Life has been so unfair. There's Will. Dr. Brenner, flashback. Your childhood was taken from you. And 11 with the electrodes on her head. Flashback. And then you got that flashback from season 3 with the whole gang. You've been attacked. And then that's the shot from season 3 with the Mind Flayer attacking the mall. So I was describing like the location. You can clearly see this is a flashback. There's Taco Bell down there. There's Starcourt Mall. You can see part of it up there. And 11 in her yellow and black shirt. So flashback, but foreshadowing that this is coming back. I think it's got to. And they should have brought back the Mind Flayer sooner than this, actually. I don't know why they've waited this long. There they are from season 3 in the mall. 11 taking Dr. Brenner's hand. Flashback from season 4 when she worked with him again. And Max levitating. Dr. Brenner manipulated her like in a really sick way, making her think he loved her. And he did love her in his own warped way, but he abused her too. That's the flashback to Max being captured in season 4 by Vecna. And Henry, flashback to Henry in the lab from season 4 with 11 there. But you never let it break you. There's the new group hug, the old group hug, and then finally some more new footage from the finale with Murray, 11, Hopper, and Kali. They're obviously in the Upside Down, heading to the lab as planned. And now this one here, this is 11 and Callie in a dark space, possibly, I'm guessing part of the Hawkins lab in the Upside Down, looking around at the vines. And Hopper is saying, fight for the days on the other side of this. That's also got to be 11 and Callie. You just can't really see them. No, I think that's 11 and Hopper and probably Callie with them, because this is the area with the sensory deprivation tank that they need to use, the bath. And you see Hopper opening it up. She's getting ready to get in it so she can enter Vecna's mind, try to fight him that way. Hopper is saying, fight for a world beyond Hawkins. And I hope that 11 takes this to heart. I don't think she's gonna actually listen to Callie and sacrifice herself. I think she'll listen to Hopper in the end and fight for days on the other side of this and a world outside Hawkins. This is a new shot with Dustin and Lucas on top of the radio tower, waiting for the worlds to come closer, for Vecna to draw the worlds closer so that they can, go across into the abyss. You see like this red look, like this lighting up the red, like the fog, really red, which is cool. I have better shots of that too, near the end. And then there's a shot of Vecna in his lair. And you've got an explosion, which looks like, I see military vehicles, and this is not up in the sky. So I don't know what else they could be blowing up. It looks like it may be in the Upside Down. They're planning on blowing up the whole Upside Down, like from the tower, though. I think they're planning on using, blowing up the beanstalk.
Maybe this is like them blowing up a part of where the military is at, because you see how Dustin is being held, and we think that the military is holding him.
Yeah,
that might be them kind of breaking them away from them and enabling them to finish their plan or something. I would think. Maybe they blow up the truck. Maybe they blow up Murray's truck. Or something, and then they get away and they finish the plan, and then Ziba and then Zaba,
yeah. It could be that, I have a better picture of that too. But there's Dustin being held back. I showed that earlier. Held back and screaming. And if you look at the shape of his mouth, it looks like he could be yelling run or possibly stop. Both of those would form the same shape.
I just thought of something.
What?
Is he saying run because he set off the bomb and that whole area is going to blow up, him and those military guys?
Yeah, it could be that.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Dustin. No, I don't know.
It could be. So I mean, yeah, I think he's watching something horrible happening, or something dangerous at the very least, and it could be Steve dying.
Yeah,
but
like Scarlett is saying, Mike's bomb. Mike's bomb goes off, maybe, and then just before that, Dustin's saying, "Run, get away from there."
Right.
Kaboom.
Right. Yeah. It's ominous. It's really ominous. This is ominous too. That right there is Hopper and what looks like Vecna behind him.
Vecna's creeping while you sleeping, homie.
Yeah. That has got to be Vecna behind him.
And how did he get there?
Mm-hmm.
He got there via his vessel, Callie.
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, he's creeping up behind Hopper. It's unsettling, but the fact that they put this in the trailer, maybe they're dangling that in our faces to make us think Hopper's gonna die, but he's not. You know, like trailers are meant to mislead us. They don't want to give away the secrets, but I mean, a lot of trailers nowadays, they can be too spoilery, so who knows? You know, like with From, I felt like the trailers gave away way too much. The episode trailers, they gave away way too much stuff. It's too many spoilers. So who knows? It could go either way. They could be faking us out with this, or it could be legit.
You remember how on your walk you were saying, how is it that the military can just set up their base there and this and that?
Yeah.
Could it be that Vecna let them? Because he wanted to infiltrate them?
Well,
they were holding on to Callie, quote unquote.
You know, that's really interesting.
And you said that, and this happened in season 4 in an episode that I haven't seen. You said that Vecna showed Nancy a vision of the future, everybody dead or something, correct?
Yes.
Is that because he's able to see a potential future, or it's just a vision that he created?
I don't think he's able to see the future, but I think he can maybe he can manipulate them by making them see potential futures in their head.
Okay.
You know, a vision. It doesn't mean it's a real thing that's going to happen.
The reason I asked that in this moment is to say, did Vecna know that Hopper and Elle were going to be in that military base that he allowed them to create? Thus, he could implant his other spy, aka Callie, in that situation.
I think that's a great theory. Honestly, that's a great theory because,
and that's how he is there. Something happens, something blows up. You know, there's all the dust. She's in the tank, and Callie's like, "Yo, I'm gonna be backing you up, Elle, from out here. Me and Hopper be backing you up." And there's like, boom, bam. Oh, what's happening? I'm confused. I can't see. Callie, where are you? Bitch is fucking right there, and it's fucking Vecna. Just you know, maybe.
What do you mean, like Kelly is making herself look like Vecna because she can make people see anything?
Or didn't the Mind Flare / Vecna, didn't the people become the Flesh Flare or something?
Yeah.
So maybe I'm misstating the rules of how it would work, but you understand what I'm saying? Like, she's there because she's fucking working for Vecna.
I mean, this I really like that idea because it would validate why the hell there's a military base in the Upside Down. Why did Vecna allow this? Because I've been saying this, there is absolutely no way that there could be a military base set up in the Upside Down unless Vecna allowed it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
The military, they have no idea how to fight against Demogorgons, let alone Vecna.
Right.
We saw how they got massacred at the end of episode 4 when the Demogorgons attacked.
Mm-hmm.
They came attacking out of all different portals. It slaughtered the military that were there, and Vecna came out. They tried to firebomb him, and he just put up a force field and stopped it from hitting him. They cannot fight against them, so the only way that a military base could exist in the Upside Down is if Vecna allowed it. I've been saying this all along, and I've been scratching my head as to why. Why would he allow it? Why is that? Makes no sense at all unless Maybe there is a plan. Maybe he did that on purpose because he knew they were trying to capture both 11 and Callie, and then he could get at them. So like basically the military, at the very least, he's doing this because the military are essentially helping him by trying to capture 11 and Callie, especially 11, because he wants her.
Right.
So they're basically helping him, and so he's like, fine, go ahead and set up a base here. You know, he wants to get his claws on 11 anyway.
Yeah.
So at the very least, that's why he allowed that. But maybe there's something else attached to it too, and he could have gotten to Callie. So this could have been a bonus. Like the reason, I would say the reason why he allowed that military base to be set up there is because he knew he can get into everyone's minds. So he knows what they're thinking and planning, right?
Okay.
So he knows that the military is hunting 11.
Okay.
He wants her too. So he's like, all right, bring her here to me. That's great. Go ahead and do that. And then in the process, they happen to capture Callie in addition, instead of 11. And maybe your theory could be correct then, and he got to Callie in some way and infected her with the mind flayer. And she's now working for him. That's possible. That's possible. There's a darkness around her. She has always been dark and nihilistic. She was nihilistic when she was a vigilante in season 3, if you remember.
Yeah, she was murdering all those people.
Murdering everyone who ever worked for the Hawkins lab in cold blood.
Yeah.
So she's always been dark and pessimistic, but she's way darker now, and there's just something about her that's unsettling. It's villain like, and maybe that's because she is a villain now, and has been infected by the mind flayer and is secretly a spy for the hive mind now, for the mind flayer and Vecna. It could be. Yeah, but well, at the very least, I feel better about the writing a little bit now that I think I completely understand now why he allowed the military base to be set up there. He wanted 11 too, so boom, they're helping him. All right. So now, what's happening here, though? Where is this? To me, this looks like the Abyss. This looks like the Abyss. This is either the Abyss or this is the aftermath of that bright orange explosion in the Upside Down. Because it's orange and the Abyss has like an orange color. Everything is orange tinged, right?
Right.
So this could be the Abyss. Hopper and the main group, I think they're the ones planning to go across the so-called beanstalk from the radio tower into the Abyss. So Hopper could be over there, and Vecna is sneaking up behind him here. That's no. Wait a minute. What am I saying? See, my pain.
Remember that light bulb tells us that that's not the Abyss.
Wait a minute. Yeah, my pain is clouding my brain right now. Hopper is going to be in the Upside Down, not the Abyss, because Hopper is taking 11 down there. The kids are going into the Upside Down. All right. I mean, sorry, the Abyss. So Hopper.
No, I've gone cross-eyed. Yeah.
So Hopper is in the Upside Down with 11. That's part of the plan. So this must be in the aftermath of an explosion to make it that color, I would say.
Yeah.
An explosion must have just happened. And you see there's an orange light that in the trailer, it's flickering in the background.
Yeah.
And Vecna is coming up behind him. Okay. And then there's a shot of 11, Max, and Callie. And I have another image that shows what looks like a spotlight, and these look like stage curtains. So I think you were saying this could be an allusion to the stage play, the first Shadow that the Duffer Brothers wrote, right?
Right. And also the fact that isn't Henry starring in a play in like the memory that Max was walking around in? Isn't he in the play that Joyce is handing out the flyers for.
Yeah.
So I think it's all kind of related.
Yeah.
There's play symbolism, you know.
Yeah, there was a memory that Max visited where Henry was going to be starring in a school play when he was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oklahoma.
yes, and 11 and Callie were planning on going into Henry's mind or Vecna's mind together. So they must be looking at one of his memories, and there's the play that he starred in, and the curtains are opening. And they've managed to bring Max with them, which I don't really know how they did that, because Max is not psychic. She's not in Vecna's mind anymore unless he captured her again. So yeah, I don't know how they brought her with them.
Didn't Elle take somebody into the void before?
Only Callie, who's also psychic.
Oh, okay.
And she's visited other people in the void, but they couldn't see her. Like she also, well, except for Will, but Will was in Vecna's mind, so he could see her and talk to her.
Right.
When she visited him in the void.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know how they
have
brought
to
Max.
Explain that somehow.
Yeah, I don't know how they brought Max with them. That would be Nancy and Jonathan and the others who are up in the radio tower about to go into the abyss.
Right. So they're all looking up at the giant turd that's coming down.
Yeah. And there's giant turd.
Mm-hmm.
It does look like a giant turd. I'll show that. I have an image of that. There's Vecna's creepy hand appearing from Henry's sleeve. So, and you see, it looks like he's in his house. There are curtains and a lamp. There's some, you see the wallpaper. So it looks like one of Henry's memories that he's appearing in, turning into Vecna. It's another shot I got of Hopper and what's his name? This is a better shot of Nancy and Jonathan with red lightning flashing in their face.
Mm-hmm.
It looks cool. Aesthetically, this show has always been gorgeous to look at.
A very gaunt Nancy.
Yeah, more gaunt than ever. Joyce looking up. It looks like is she going into the abyss too? I mean, that would be an odd choice for her to go in.
No, I think they're all in the upside down, right? Or no, wait a minute. We keep saying this. Isn't it like the radio tower that they're in is in the real world, and they're waiting for the other world to get close?
Yes,
isn't something like that. So then they could all be at the squawk box or whatever the fuck that is, and they're looking up at like, oh shit, there's the fucking other planet.
Wait. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, that's where I think Nancy and Jonathan are right there. They're in the squawk tower.
Right.
Or not the squawk tower, but the
at the radio station.
I think they're at the top of that really tall radio tower.
Okay.
See,
Joyce doesn't have to be all the way up at the top to be looking up. She could be down at the bottom. You know what I mean?
Right.
Unless they're all up there at the top. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, there's some kind of railing behind her, which makes me wonder, like.
Oh, like maybe they all climbed all the way up there?
Yeah, that's unlikely. So.
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know what railing that could be that she's standing next to. And then Hopper is looking at 11 saying, "Let's end this, kid."
Right.
Yeah, love their relationship. There's that's the top of the radio tower, the really tall one that you have to climb ladders to get to the top of. There's Dustin, Lucas, Jonathan, and I know I'm pretty sure Nancy is there somewhere too. We just don't see her in this shot.
Right. You think Joyce is all the way up there too?
No,
I wouldn't think so.
No, there's a railing that she's standing next to, but there's no way I don't think she'd be up there. And then they're looking up at this thing as it's getting closer. which you said looks like a giant turd.
Yeah, it's like the turd flare.
It does look like that. The turd flare. It kind of looks like it has an eye looking at them.
Kind of, huh?
And there's like a nose and a mouth. I don't know. What is this? Is this the mind flare descending?
I think that's what people are saying. Like that's the head of the mind flare.
Yeah, it's just odd. I don't see any legs. Where are its legs?
They got left behind.
And Dustin just says, "Mother of God." It's a good reaction. And there you see Nancy next to him.
Okay.
With ammo strapped all over her. And yeah, there you see the top of the radio tower sticking,
platform there.
it's sticking into the abyss, which is colliding with them now. Full of fissures that Vecna made. You know, he needed to weaken the abyss so that it would be easier to crash it into Earth. So he was busy making lots of fissures there, like he did to Earth. You know,
In
over
Hawkins.
in Hawkins. So that looks awesome. Again, like they have amazing art direction and special effects. That's so cool. I love the color palette too, with the red, all the reds and blacks. At the premiere for this season, most of the cast wore red and black.
Okay.
Oh, that's an even better image right there. I'm gonna plug this in or it's about to die. Oh, where's the charger? Okay. I just got a warning that the device will power down soon. I got it. So they're literally about to poke their way into the abyss with that. It's so cool. And there they are, like the whole group of them standing there. The group that's going in. Okay, so that's the end of the trailer. These are just some extra images I took, some different versions of the shots. Dustin and Lucas illuminated by red lightning there. There's a better shot where you can see red lightning hitting a hill in the distance. So yeah, I loved that. It looked cool.
Oh, that's cool.
It wasn't easy to get that shot. I had to try multiple times because the video is rigged so you can't slow it down in slow motion.
Right.
And I wanted to see if it was illuminating anything of note, but it's not. There's nothing really in the horizon. It's just
I didn't know there was a hill close to Hawkins or whatever.
Yeah. It looks cool. More shots of Dustin screaming. Let me see. I have a better shot of the explosion too. In here somewhere. Let me find it. It's I think it's near the top. Oh yeah, that's the bath that 11 was going into in the Upside Down. And there's a better shot of the explosion. You see that's the Hawkins lab. That building is the Hawkins lab in the Upside Down. 100%. Yeah. I recognize the outside of it. Yep. And you see the military vehicles that were on their way there in another shot in this trailer.
So, the very beginning.
Yep, that's definitely that. So not sure why that's exploding because that wasn't part of their plan. There you have a better shot of 11, Max and Callie looking at definitely one of Henry's memories when he starred in a play in high school. There's a spotlight shining down onto a stage right there and the curtains. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, so basically, yeah, the trailer doesn't give us a lot, but it shows something definitely goes sideways for there to be an explosion at Hawkins' lab in the Upside Down. Military vehicles showing up that are just gonna interfere. You know, Hopper looking very much like he could be saying goodbye to 11's. I mean, not saying goodbye, but like this could be an accidental goodbye. This emotional conversation. Too many times we see characters have emotional conversations right before they go off and get killed. It's what happened to Jim on From in the penultimate episode, and he's giving an emotional speech, so it makes me worried for him. And yes, is it predictable? Absolutely. But how has the writing been of this season? It's been definitely not up to par to its usual standard. So I wouldn't put it past the writers to make another mistake and kill off Hopper predictably. So I would have to say, if I had to guess, he's going to die. What do you think?
Yeah.
I don't think
You're
he's
saying the hops?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like he's finally gonna cross the Rainbow Bridge.
I think so. And you know, they could go another predictable route and kill Steve too. You know, he also had an emotional scene with Dustin in the penultimate episode. And it's never a good sign. It's a trope to kill off a character after that. Hopefully not Dustin and Steve, but somehow Dustin, it looks like he winds up in the Upside Down. I don't get that, because he's supposed to be going into the abyss, but there he is next to the Big Buy truck in the Upside Down. Murray's Big Buy truck was heading in there. So I wonder how Dustin winds up there instead of the abyss. I hadn't thought of that before. That's not where he was supposed to be in this plan. So things definitely don't go exactly the way they wanted, clearly. Yeah. So anyway, that I think that pretty much covers it. Let me check in with the chat one more time, and we'll wrap this thing up. This has gone on way longer than I intended. I'm gonna switch devices so I can start walking around and check in with the chat one more time before we close it down. Let's see. Where's my StreamYard tab? Why am I hearing an echo?
It's coming from your laptop.
Yeah,
I would
but
assume.
it's in the.
Then that's my phone.
Hold on.
Get out of there.
It's your phone.
Yes, that's what I just said. Get out of there.
I was trying to like shut your phone down so that I could walk.
Yeah, just close the door.
It was coming from your phone. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. They probably couldn't even hear me back there. Okay. All right. So, let me take my other self off stage if I can. Yes. All right. So, sorry about the technical difficulties. Man, it's 4:05 a.m. We gotta close this down. But let me see what you guys have been saying first.
Check in with Scarlett, because that's the chat.
Scarlett is the MVP right now. Let's see. Sorry.
tight space. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I missed this person about half an hour ago. I was trying to get through the trailer breakdown as quickly as possible because my pain is getting out of control. But hey there. I'm Pyson. I'm Pyson, I guess. I don't know. But hi, welcome.
Impy son.
And belated good night to Amy and Daryl. Scarlett says the MF is it from A Wrinkle in Time.
Mind Flayer.
The Mind Flayer. Henry and Vecna are the men with red eyes. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that movie for sure today. So the trailer is a bunch of nostalgia. And Scarlett said, "Is that a dragon?" What would be a dragon in the trailer? Oh, she said, or it's the Mind Flayer. Probably the Mind Flayer finally coming back. So does Hawkins get destroyed then? I wouldn't be surprised if Hawkins gets destroyed in the process of this final battle. Maybe one of them is inside the building. Yeah, and that's why like Dustin is screaming. And Dustin is screaming for them to get out. Yeah, Mike's bomb. Those 12 kids are his vessels too. It sounds perverted and gross. I don't like that. Scarlett said those From photos online too on the MGM pages. Yeah, those were really spoilery. Big time. So, trailers can be too spoilery sometimes. They're not always misleading. Like of the bracelet. I remember that. Is it one of many futures? Like some kind of multiverse thing? Scarlett said, I thought Callie was working for the government or K. Yeah, maybe like that whole thing was staged and she was working for K. I mean, I guess that's possible. She also said, I thought the military was in a place that wasn't the Upside Down. No, it looks like they're rolling into. Remember, like at the end of episode 7, they say like we're going in. Like get the reinforcements. 11 is getting sloppy. We're going in. They saw like there had been cameras destroyed, and they saw like the plate thing was open where the one of the fault lines was, and they said we're going in. So they're heading in, and then in the trailer you see some military vehicles, 2 of them rolling up to the Hawkins lab in the Upside Down. So they're and they've had a base there the whole time. They have, of course, they're occupying all of Hawkins, but they also have a base within the Upside Down. She says, but I have a cold and I'm doped upon NyQuil. Well, feel better. Hope you feel better soon. I need a map. Abyss, Dimension X, Upside Down, Wormhole, Beanstalk, D&D area, Henry's Thought House, and Cave. I need a map. Yeah, it's getting very complicated. It was all a theater play. Oh, I wouldn't like that ending either. I wouldn't like any ending that makes it all turn out to be fake. Oklahoma. Yeah, Henry, in the stage play, Henry starred in Oklahoma, and we see, and that was canon. The showrunners wrote that, and then in Henry's memory that we saw through Max and Holly. Oh no, it was Max. We saw that Max traveled through the memory of Henry back in high school with Hopper and Joyce. And there was a a flyer that said Oklahoma he was starring in. So yeah, I think they're going to see a little glimpse of that back in Henry's memories. I hope they don't spend too much time on his origin story in the big finale, though, having 11 visit his memories. I mean, it would be weird to see her take a back seat in that way. I find it weird in general that this is how they're going to use her in the big series finale, going into the sensory deprivation tank. I feel like she should be like in the real world battling him. She's almost a pseudo superhero now with the way she's jumping over buildings and stuff with her telekinetic powers and whatnot. So yeah, I think it's a weird choice to have her go into the bath in the finale. I'm sure they'll have her do more ultimately. I would hope. The show is it's been so much about her and her abilities. Henry plays Curly the hero. Yep. Will Henry be the hero? I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's any hope for him to be heroic in any way, but Henry, I mean, maybe Henry separates from Vecna somehow and like fights back, and because I do think that Henry was a victim. Henry is also a victim of the Mind Flayer. I do look at it that way because he was targeted just as a child and infected by the Mind Flayer. So could he be like Will and fight back against it, and the Mind Flayer leaves him? You never know. I do think that he's probably too far gone, though. I mean, just look at him. I mean, he's this dried up husk of a zombie undead creature now. So I don't know. I don't know if you can separate him from the Mind Flayer at this point. Scarlett said, I thought Patty would show up in the finale and save Henry. They should have introduced her in his memories, in his backstory. She's the girl he loved in high school, and she's the sister of Bob Newby, who dated Joyce and got killed back in season 2. Yeah, I mean, maybe, who knows, maybe Patty will still show up. Scarlett said, it is the finale and Patty is from the play. I thought maybe love would cure Vecna or draw Henry out. Yes, because the biggest theme of the show, they've said, is how love can conquer fear. So maybe Mike's love brought 11 back in I think it was in season 4 when he told her he loved her. He brought her back from Vecna's grip. So yeah. Scarlett says, Vecna is so meh to me, like a mustache twirling trope of an evil villain. Yeah, he's said a few too many at long last, and and now it is time. Like it's definitely cheesy and cliched at this point. He's kind of a parody of himself. Which is a shame because he was truly a terrifying villain in season 4. And what has he become? He's just not as scary anymore. Will was able to break his leg and, made him look so weak.
He's a dried up husk of himself.
Mm-hmm. Scarlett says Joyce might go into the abyss and stay there. I think a person has to stay there for them to close the door. Yeah, I mean, but to do that, she'd have to climb that tower. I have a hard time picturing her doing it, but with the way the show is highlighting these super moms, maybe, willing to do anything for their kids.
They just drive the Pinto up a ramp and jump it into the other planet.
Right. That is a high tower to climb, all those ladders, and she's not the youngest. To She doesn't seem like she's super athletic, but maybe. But yeah, I do think that someone's gonna have to stay behind and sacrifice themselves. For sure. Like someone will have to stay there. Turd dragon. Maybe it's a turd dragon that's descending. Final boss. Red lightning turd dragon final boss. There's a unique ending. Lightning turd dragon with 12 heads final boss who's red. Scarlett said, if Hopper dies and doesn't see Sarah in heaven, I will eat my hat. Yeah. We've had at least 2 flashbacks of Hopper thinking about his dying daughter. We saw her in flashbacks twice this season. So yeah, they need to do that if he dies. And that would make me feel a lot better about it. It would cushion the blow. Hopper cannot almost die again, right? Yeah, it's kind of getting redundant at this point. So I hope not, but with the quality of the writing being lower than it normally is this season, they might do something predictable like that. Kill them all. Get Nancy and Steve back together and then kill one of them off. Oh man, that would suck for the Nancy and Steve shippers. There are people who are really into certain ships related to this show. There are people who are convinced, dead set on Mike and Will being endgame. And they call themselves, what was it they called themselves? It was a combination of Byers and Wheeler. It was...
Byers? No.
It was...
Wheelers?
It was something like that. It was... They called themselves some combination of Byers and Wheeler. And I'm not making fun of them. I mean, hey, you do you, you know, if anyone's out there listening and you're shipping them. But I find it really interesting how much people get invested in certain couples or ships, as they call them. And, you know, and they're convinced that Will is going to get together with Mike, but I just don't see it. Mike has shown no sign that he's anything but straight and in love with 11 from day one. So I don't see it. I personally would love that. I'd love that for Will. Will just can't catch a break in this show, and it would be amazing for him, but I don't think it's going to happen. And Steve, I wish Steve would get back with Nancy for Steve's sake, but I don't think that's going to happen either. Steve is probably in that building that explodes. Yeah, probably, Scarlett. Scarlett is the chat now. Yes, you are the chat now. And Happy New Year to you too. Happy New Year to Daryl.
Is it the New Year somewhere right now on the Earth?
Maybe in China. I think they're like the farthest ahead of us in time, right?
Well, there's that whole international dateline thing, you know, some of those islands.
Oh yeah.
Micronesia or something.
Maybe, yeah. Oh, if Daryl says if Nancy dies, I called it. Trust me, Daryl. I am not going to forget that. You have made that point quite clear, and I will be the first to defend you if anyone else, tries to claim that first, because you made a good case for it. You got me thinking it's a strong possibility. Strong possibility. Scarlett said, I don't work tomorrow, so I don't care. Yeah, it's 4:20 a.m. Central here right now, and I know it's 5:20 on the East Coast, so a lot of people are probably asleep. I don't know. It seems like we don't have a lot of West Coast time zone people here.
Yeah, just Justin, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, there should be a lot of people. The population is high on the West Coast. And I feel like I don't know why there aren't more people, from that area.
I don't know. That's where I came from.
Yeah. Right. Daryl said, I ship Jade and Tabitha and Julie and Elgin. Yeah, I think Jade and Tabitha would be great. I don't really ship anybody on From. Not really that I can think of. If I were going to ship anyone on Stranger Things, it would be Will and Mike, because Will deserves a win, but it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. Scarlett ships Joyce and Jade. Wait, what? Julie and Robin. Crossover from different shows? Huh? A ship crossover. Okay.
Cross ship.
A cross ship. Interesting. Yeah. Let's see. Joyce writes a play called Upside Down, and she's an award-winning playwright. Why don't any of the... Yeah, what the hell is with that? This is a great question. Scarlett said, I've been wondering this too. Why don't any of the adults, meaning like Hopper and Joyce and Bob when he was alive, why don't they remember the events from the first Shadow play? Like,
And they don't remember?
I don't think they do. I still don't know all of the events from the play. I didn't listen to the entire summary yet or watch the whole video, but there's some weird shit that happens there, and people are dying, and Hopper is trying to investigate it, and they don't seem to remember any of it. So, and I'm not sure if they're aware of anything supernatural, though. I don't know. I have to get through the rest of that play summary before the finale. Hopper and Joyce, like, I wonder if they saw anything supernatural, and what did they just forget? Like, this is it, as in It by Stephen King, and they all forgot when they became adults. That would be kind of ripping off Stephen King's It. But that's a great question. Scarlett said, I agree with your thoughts on Patty. As long last it is time. Yeah. Vecna needs to shut up with that already. Seriously. And that moment where Will took him over and screamed, "You need to run." That still of Vecna's face screaming "run" with his mouth looking all round. It looked so comical. He turned into a parody of himself. I swear to God, it was so funny looking. And the people who trashed that episode and trashed volume 2 in their YouTube videos, a bunch of them used that as their thumbnail. Vecna screaming "run" with his little round mouth. It just looks so ridiculous. He's comical at this point. He's a caricature. You don't even need parody anymore. At long last, it will all be over. One last time. Get some new dialogue, Vecna. Bilers. Thank you, Daryl. Bilers. That's the name of the ship who believe Will and Mike will be together as a couple. I swear to God, I saw a video made by a lawyer who a year ago, he made an 1.5 hour long video essay on why he thinks they're going to be together. And I was just in shock. Like, people are that committed to these kind of theories. Like, and this is a grown man lawyer who is making this 1.5 hour long theory video on why Byler is gonna happen. It was interesting. It was interesting. Hey, you do you. I think it's cool. Like, not judging, but it's fascinating. Susie says, I'm listening still, just working. Oh, good, cool. Thanks for listening, Susie. From season 4 coming soon. Yes, Daryl. Hopefully, just a few months. Nancy becomes the turd dragon, and Steve has to behead all 12 of her heads. Oh, there's a fun ending. Third shift lurker says, I'm stuck working and can't chat much. Hey, that's all right. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. No worries. There are a lot of I've had a lot of people who say that, like they're working third shift and they listen to the stream, they just can't chat. But yeah, I appreciate it. Or those of you who are listening on the replay. I can't thank you all enough for listening, no matter what the circumstances. Let's see. Scarlett said, West Coast people are more outdoorsy and not on the internet. Is that true?
No.
Susie said, I ship me and Jade on From. You and a lot of other ladies, Susie. You'd have to get in line. Daryl said the play was so bad they erased it from their memory. Maybe. That's why they don't remember. Yeah, I thought that, Scarlett. I thought that Hopper said that. In season 1, he said nothing has ever happened in Hawkins. So it's basically one of those small towns where nothing ever happens. I remember him saying that. So he clearly doesn't seem to remember what happened when he was a teenager and kids were dying and he was investigating it. He was literally in high school with Henry. So yeah, no animal deaths, Henry's family dying and his dad arrested, etc. Yeah, Henry killed his mother and sister, and his dad got arrested and blamed for it. Henry also killed a bunch of animals. Yeah, like Hopper should have remembered that. Henry just disappeared too. Right. And he wound up in the Hawkins lab, prisoner. They can't remember weird signals coming from Henry's house. None of this. Yeah. I don't understand that. Or Patty. Yeah, where the hell is she? And why don't they seem to remember her? When Bob Newby was in the show, they didn't even mention her once. Joyce and Murray should hook up. No, it's Joyce and Hopper all the way. Joyce and Hopper are my ship. They're the ones I always shipped. I forgot about that on Stranger Things. They're the only couple that I really shipped on Stranger Things, but eventually I came around to wanting Steve and Nancy back together. Moist. Moist, like moist. That word that so many people hate. I don't have a problem with it. I don't mind the word moist.
Or it could be jewelry.
Could be what?
Jewelry.
Joyery.
Mm-hmm.
Daryl said, if that lawyer and I were in court, I would yell, I object. Yeah. Vecna wipes memories. Yeah, maybe he has the ability to wipe people's memories. Like,
why did you skip the other one?
What else did you say? Did I miss something?
Yeah, right above.
Joyce and Murray with Hopper watching from the window. Sounds fun. Nah, it's got to be Joyce and Hopper, nobody else. They're end game. I'm really glad. That's one positive thing about season 5, that they're finally together. First season where we actually get to see them really together as a couple. It took a long time to get there. Vecna is just an innocent victim. Oh, it's weird, but he actually is kind of a victim. If you really think about the play and you know what happens in the play, he started out a victim. Every villain has a story, as Mary Shelley said, monsters are not born, they are made. They're shaped by their circumstances. And she said, by the wounds of the world around them. It's a beautiful quote that Doug Hughes actually mentioned when he was describing the Man in Yellow, and how the Man in Yellow probably had his own backstory of how he became this way. Nobody's born evil. Henry wasn't born evil. He was born a normal little boy at one time. Now we know that because of the first shadow play. He didn't have any powers. And then, the mind flayer targeted him and invaded his body, and the rest is history. So in the end, I think he is just a puppet, another victim turned villain, a victim who brutally murders teenagers with trauma. Aw. I don't feel bad for him at this point, believe me. But I mean, is it really him who's doing all this, or is it Vecna? Is Vecna just, is there anything of Henry even left in him? I think he's really just an appendage of the mind flayer now. I mean, he still has Henry's memories, but the mind flayer completely took him over, I think. That's what the play implies. Sure, they just got memory wiped because plot, and all this time you can't remember. Yeah, that's a big plot hole. Big plot hole. Vecna and 11 hook up. Nah, that's a weird ship. That's a weird ass ship. Shelley's book was released on New Year's Eve of 1818. Oh, Frankenstein, huh? Oh, that's cool. And it was interesting. There's a reference to Frankenstein in Stranger Things Volume 2, actually, when they shocked the Demogorgons back to life, or the Demogorgon back to life. And they literally said, light him up, Frankenstein. Of course, Robin said it's pronounced Frankenstein, reference to Young Frankenstein movie. But yeah, I think that they put that reference in there partly because it's relevant. Vecna wasn't born this way. He wasn't born a villain. Monsters are made. Frankenstein was made. So Vecna, Daryl said Vecna was good in season 4, so to hell with those teenagers. They just don't understand Vecna's love language. I was shipping Steve and Robin hard before her reveal. Me too, actually. I forgot about that. I thought Steve and Robin would make such a great couple. It's very tropey. It's such a Hollywood trope for the cool, handsome jock to fall for the nerdy chick, the nerdy, unpopular chick. It's been done so many times, but I wanted it to happen anyway. There's just something so satisfying about it because it's an underdog story. Robin was an underdog, and when she was saying that she was obsessed with Steve in high school, it misled us to think that she was into him. So I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And Steve fell for her, and Steve was actually into her and wanted to date her. That was cool. I was on board that ship, and then boom, she's like, I wasn't into you. So that ship sank really fast. We all have a monster inside of us. #deep. Yep, Daryl. Yeah, I guess we could all turn into a Vecna given the right circumstances. I don't know. A monster. #a monster all this time. Yeah. So, all right. I think it's time to shut this down. So I think they still have the potential to land the plane and make this satisfying ending to the series. And I'm looking forward to it. I think Hopper is probably number 1 on my death list, followed by Steve, and then maybe Nancy after that, or Will. I think Will might have to sacrifice himself ultimately, but that would feel so futile after he just spent 7 minutes coming out of the closet. So I hope not. But I think it's most likely to be Hopper, followed by Steve. And yeah, I could see, a shocker like Nancy, maybe. But yeah, I'm looking forward to how it all turns out. I think they're going to prevail in the end. I don't think it's going to be a time reset. I don't expect a time reset. I don't think it's all going to just be a D&D game and it was fake. I think it'll turn out in the end. Everything that happened was real, actually happened, and they're going to prevail. They're going to eradicate Vecna, the Mind Flayer, the Upside Down, and there will just be some casualties along the way. That's my prediction. We'll see how it turns out, and I'm thinking like a couple days after the finale airs, we'll do a live stream discussing it, breaking it down. Maybe on like Friday the 2nd or Saturday the 3rd. We'll do a live stream for that. I don't want to wait too long because we're going to have a lot to talk about, really process the ending of this incredible series. So, yeah, I'm thinking Thursday we're going to be doing a finale breakdown for Pluribus. I'm going to try to make that 10 p.m. Eastern if I can, on Thursday, January 1st. And then if I can manage it, we might do the breakdown for the Stranger Things finale on Friday night. If not Friday, then definitely want to do it Saturday at 10 p.m. Eastern. I'll announce when we're going to break these things down and the times on the YouTube community posts and in the Discord. And I'll try to just schedule them way ahead of time too. So I'll do my best to stick to it. I've got to make the decision based on my health and how much pain I'm in on any given day. But we did it. We managed to break down every episode of Stranger Things before the finale. Yeah, so I'm proud of that. We got it done. Just like I wanted to do. Every episode and the teaser trailer for the finale on top of it. And we also are going to complete Pluribus too. So also the Fallout episode 3 watch party will be happening again in the Discord. I think it's dropping tonight, the 31st, going into the 1st at 3 a.m. Eastern. And when it drops, I'll stream it in the Discord. So watch out for that if you want to watch with us. And as far as the first live stream for Fallout, that's going to be tricky. I'm going to do that as soon as we can. We're going to have to catch up on episodes 1 through 3. So next week, I'm thinking we'll do a little catch up, and we'll do at least 2 lives on Fallout next week so that we can catch up. We'll probably do one on episodes 1 and 2, and then another on episode 3. So I'll announce the schedule for that later. And then, yeah, next week we'll get back to From Academy. And then the week after, if Doug Hughes is available, we'll do story time with Doug. So second week of January, if he's available, we'll restart story time with Doug on this channel, and continue with the book club for his second novel, The Shaming of the True, and looking forward to that. But yeah, let's see. Happy New Year to you too, Daryl. And Happy New Year to you, Pelican. Glad you're still here. And you joined our little family. You're more than welcome. We'd love to have new people join our community. We're a tight-knit group here. It's very much like family, and everyone is welcome. Everyone is accepted. There's no bullying tolerated. It's just all love here. So we're glad you're here. And at last in all this time, Happy New Year, as Vecna would say from Scarlet. If Nancy doesn't die, I will hide in a hole. We won't rub it in too much, Daryl. Well, we won't be jerks about it if she doesn't die. I think you presented a great theory. I really do. A deep hole. Pause. Even if she doesn't die, Daryl, you presented a great theory, so nothing to be embarrassed about either way. I think your theory is solid. So I guess Steve or Nancy will die according to the poll. Oh, I forgot to look at the poll. I tend to put up polls and then forget to check them and end the live. Scarlett will be there to co-host with us the Pluribus live on January 1st. Daryl said the poll is agreeing with him. Okay, so it ain't just me. I don't need the poll after all. Nice. I like Pluribus too. Nice. Okay, yeah, Pluribus is an awesome show. Hey there, Jeffrey plays RBLX. Can you say 6-7 if you see this? Okay, yes. 6-7. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna have to Google it after this because I keep hearing this 6-7 stuff and I have no idea why it's a viral trend at the moment, but there you go. And welcome, Jeffrey. Okay, so let's see. I should have listened to you, Scarlett. I didn't see that. She said, "Don't say it." Oops. I don't think I want to know now what it means. It's all right. Okay. Well, have a good day or a good night, everyone. Thank you so much for being here and having a fun conversation with us. It's been awesome to break down this show that I've followed for the last 9 years. I never thought I'd have a YouTube channel to discuss it on. So that's amazing. It's a lot of fun, even if it's a bit disappointing in terms of the writing and stuff. Still a lot of fun. So we'll still have one more live to break down the finale, of course, and we'll be done. So good night, Scarlett and Daryl and anyone else who may be listening. Our new friend Pelican, and shout out to the replay gang. Thanks so much for watching. I appreciate you. Please feel free to leave a comment and let me know your thoughts and theories. I read every single comment and reply to them. So please let me know your thoughts, and yeah, if you could subscribe to the channel, it's much appreciated. We cover lots of shows like this: sci-fi, horror, mystery, psychological thrillers, and a dash of comedy. Stuff that you can theorize about. So good night to Susie, and hype the video. If you have hype power after the video is over, you can hype the video, and that would really help me out. It helps push this out to more people, and helps other people find this channel. As a small creator, that really makes a difference. Liking the video, sharing it, even sharing it with yourself, adding it to a playlist helps as well. You can add it to a playlist. And leaving a comment in the regular comment section, even if it's just an emoji. All of these things trigger the algorithm and push this video out to more people. So thank you to everyone who helps out with those things. And yeah, because yeah, I'm just doing this as a passion project. I'm not monetized. It's just something I enjoy doing, and I wish I could make money off it, but I can't, alas. I do have Cashapp and Venmo. They're in the description, and any amount is appreciated. Nothing is too small. I'm going to be looking into eventually starting a Patreon, but in the meantime, it's just the Cashapp and Venmo, which unfortunately are only for US residents. But yeah, I have, I'm going to have a PayPal put up soon too. Anyway, yes, hype the video, hype the video, like Daryl says. Jen says, thanks. This was great to hear while driving to the airport. Oh, thanks for listening, Jen. See, that's awesome. You know, not everybody can chat because you're busy doing other things, but thank you for listening and supporting. Truly appreciate it. And safe travels to you, Jen. Have a good day or good night, everybody. Have a safe and happy new year. And we'll see you on the other side in 2026. Say goodnight, Carl.
Good night, Carl.
We'll see you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory a thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't